Hold on, Audrey. I've had this hair all my life, and I've been red pill for the past 7 years. I'm not single, by the way. I have a girl, but actually, and Muslim can attest this, by the way, that I'm not single. By the way, he can attest to this, and I don't have a terrible relationship whatsoever. No, we're not married. No. But I don't have a terrible relationship whatsoever.
I keep confusing you, Andre, and Bumpkin. You have a girlfriend, Bumpkin has a fiance, and Andre is married.
Andre's married. Yeah, I don't have a terrible relationship whatsoever, by the way.
No, you have an amazing relationship. When we're talking on the phone, y'all joking around and shit is cool as shit.
Exactly, and that's me being red pilled though, because I understand my place and she understands hers, and then when she doesn't, I make it a point to make sure that she does. That's the point. I've
realized something over the past 2 or 3 years that my jokes are extremely mean, and women don't understand that I'm joking. And my little cousin, she asked me yesterday, I was talking to my aunt. She asked me, why do you hate?
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you, but we're back right now, and actually, Tim Scott is already speaking, so I'm going to bring us back into the debate. Apologies for getting on the red pill tangent.
Valueless, faithless, fatherless society. We should turn back to faith, patriotism, and individual responsibility.
I agree with you, but we don't need evangelicalism to be our faith.
Choosing victory. We should stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. There are basic truths that built this country. If you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail.
We need to get rid of usurious loans. We need to get rid of.
I do not just want to.
Audience, please.
I do not just want to win the battle against Joe Biden. I want us together to win the war. The war
back
for
to what
our
I was
Christian
doing.
Ding me when you changed my life.
Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, you have.
That's why I'm asking you for your vote.
Why don't they want him to speak? Because I noticed that they're doing him the same way as Vivek.
The gift to be an American.
And he's nowhere near as good as
because
Vivek.
I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing the division. I'm tired of seeing the anger. And I could see in the eyes of Americans their exhaustion. Their exhaustion from the petty personal politics that have taken over this country.
Corn Pop, flash your face real quick so I know
I'm
it's you.
running for president to be a president of consequence, to do the big things, to make sure that America's role in the world stays number one, that we stand up for our friends and allies around the world, and we stand up for what we believe in right here at home. And it's not to eliminate our differences. Our differences.
That's him, and you don't bring him up. He'll message me and tell me to tell it.
Not our weakness. But you can't.
My camera isn't working right now, brother. I gotta restart my phone.
You're good, bro. You're good, bro. You're good.
My heart to every American as president, and I will make sure that I return honesty.
And yes, you are right, Nina. We can basically mute Christie because he's a fucking shill and a piece of shit and contributes nothing to the conversation.
I'll actually kill. Oh no, never mind. They're letting Ramaswamy speak. I was gonna say I can finish my story.
We've talked a lot about foreign wars tonight, but we're in the middle of a war right here at home. It's a war not between black and white or Democrat and Republican. It's between those of us who believe in our founding ideals and love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America.
Ideals. Let's talk about them.
Commander-in-chief to lead us to victory in that war, who first of all knows that we're in a war. Second of all, can't be captured by the special interests along the way. But third is from the next generation, somebody with fresh legs to lead us to victory. I'll shut down the deep state. I'll declare economic independence from China. I'll keep us out of World War III, and then revive national pride in this country. I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States. He's a puppet for the managerial class. So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up so we can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just tell us the truth so we can have an honest debate.
Ambassador Haley, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you. The world is on fire. We have a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got China on the march. It is very important that we know how to defend our freedoms and how to defeat terrorism and socialism. We have to know the difference between good and evil. We have to know the difference between right and wrong. We need to know that a strong America doesn't start wars. A strong America prevents wars. And the way we can focus on that is to make sure we go back to the soul of America and be strong and proud again. And we can't do that. We can't win the fights of the 21st century with politicians from the 20th century. We have to move forward, and we can do this. I know we can do this. So join our movement. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and we will once again show what America that's strong and proud looks like. God bless.
Ambassador.
I mean, all I'm saying is, I go to NikkiHaley.com. I don't want it to be no political stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
We must reverse our country's
decline,
and that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits. I will take the arrows. I will take the barbs, because it's not about me. It's about you.
I had so much more respect
it's
for
about your
DeSantis
future.
last year.
We are
Now
going
it's
to
just
fight for
it's
you.
eroded
I am
so
going
much.
to win for you and your family, and I'm going to lead.
I will never vote DeSantis, and I will call anyone who does retarded, especially after he signed that bill in Israel.
I will always put service above self as president. As the father of 3 young kids, I'm going to ensure that this country is left to the next generation in better shape than we found it. And as the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my promises. You can trust me to deliver for you as the president of the United States. I am asking for your vote. I'll be a nominee that will be able to win the election. I will be a leader you can be proud of. And as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis, thank you.
You'll never be my president. I'll rebel if you get the election. I'll raise the flag of Dixie, boy.
That is going to conclude our debate. The next line says, if the audience can hold their applause. That didn't work out. But anyway, for just a few more seconds, I'll ask you to just hold the applause. On behalf of my fellow moderators, I want to thank the candidates for their time and for this spirited debate. Really good, deep conversation, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you as well to our wonderful hosts here at the Adrienne Arsh Performing Arts Center. On behalf of the Republican National Committee and all of us at NBC News, good night, everyone, from Miami.
All those liberals hosting the debate for conservatives. Almost like they get to frame the narrative. Man, at the end of the day, I don't care, because conservatives are designed to lose, but still.
Okay, guys. Hopefully the Wi-Fi connection is better now that we're not doing a video. Where the fuck did Nightbot come from? I don't have a Nightbot on my channel. How the fuck did that come up? Or is that someone just trolling?
If you ain't got Nightbot, don't worry about it.
Alias, you set this command to be... Nightbot is something you download onto your channel. How the fuck did Nightbot get into my channel?
I didn't put in... It's probably somebody trolling, Jay.
Mossad.
That's the thing, though, is like they're hold on. They had the Nightbot symbol on the StreamYard, but not on my channel. I'm looking on a separate screen. How the fuck did they get into my channel? I didn't download Nightbot, and they don't show on my channel. That's weird, bro. That
it could have been. It could have been.
You have to download Nightbot. Don't go ahead.
It could have been just somebody trying to use a Nightbot command.
Well, by the way, okay, for those of you who say you don't see Nightbot, Nightbot's right here. I'm looking at the StreamYard right now. Nightbot, Nightbot is right there. You have to download Nightbot.
Then it's somebody trolling. If you didn't download Nightbot,
I think it followed me because I synced up my stream to yours, and it must have followed me in.
Oh, okay, all right, okay.
I didn't know it did that.
All right, thank you for mentioning that, Atticus.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning that, because that freaked me out for a second. If you did a simulcast, that's cool. Please, next time if you ever do that again, please let me know, because that freaked me the fuck out, bro. I was like,
I didn't know I had Nightbot. Honestly, I have it for Twitch, but I don't have it synced to my YouTube. I didn't think.
Well, it should sync automatically to all your social medias.
Yeah. Apparently, Nightbot's linked to everything. Go ahead.
And if you have it on StreamYard, it will show up in the StreamYard, but it will only show up in the person who's streaming who has it YouTube comment section.
Gotcha.
By the way, guys, while we're talking about Ghost Nightbot, okay, excuse me, while we're talking about Ghost Atticus, we're talking about Nightbot. Let's talk about ghost racism and phantom white supremacists.
Why? Wow, why did I'm right here. I am not
sorry. I'm sorry.
I am not a woman. Hear my
comment. She put that comment, and it made me think of something she said earlier. She put earlier in the chat, and it made me laugh so much. And I'm not trying to simp it on Nina, by the way. I'm really not. But like, she put something up about some ghost racism and phantom white supremacy that made me laugh so fucking much about this one clown that we were just talking about. Because this dude was such a weirdo. And Atticus, if you were there, you know the stream I'm talking about. You know exactly who it is I'm referring to. Joshua, you probably do too. This guy was hilarious, man. I know it has nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. It's just something that flew off the cuff, and it made me think about it. That shit was just absolutely hilarious. I could not help but laugh at it. And this guy, by the way, who is just man. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
Speaking of ghost things, did you hear about the potential mass shooter in Colorado that had a ghost rifle, like his own like ghost built AR-15,
a ghost gun,
like some pistol, and there's some amusement park in Colorado, and he was found like with a bullet wound to his head, like whether he committed suicide or somebody killed him, and he had a note written somewhere that says, "I am not a bad person. I don't want to hurt anybody. I just want to know what's in the caves." And it's fucking weird as hell, man. Like,
excuse me.
Apparently there's some caves near this amusement park, and there's all these. There's a Discord I'm in. There's some really funny memes, but it's like, but yeah, it seems like some MK Ultra thing gone wrong. Like, if this was a guy that kind of like that Buffalo shooter, like someone that like the feds have been like prepping to try to go like do a mass shooting, and then maybe he like decided not to, or the programming wore off. Like, I don't know, man. It's some weird crap.
You don't want to know what's in the cave. That's all I'm gonna say.
Real quick, I gotta go break the seal once more. Let's get some reactions from how the GOP debate, the last one. I don't know if it's gonna be the third one. I don't know if it's gonna be the final GOP debate. But Atticus, let's start with you real quick. Let's get your perspective on what you thought about the debate, and then we're gonna Joshua, then Corn, then Muslim. Go ahead, Atticus.
All right. I came into it kind of halfway through. I honestly watch more for the meme factors for the next day at this point. I haven't found any of the candidates that sit on the debate that are worth it. They all just kind of softly go for each other's necks, and that's not really what we need right now. Kick it over to Josh.
Yeah, I'm not impressed at all, but to me, most of the time they're talking, it's all marketing pitches anyways. They're all just basically repeating sound bites, talking about this and that. Most of the stuff that they're even talking about, they themselves at best might be able to sign like an executive order and put a Band-Aid on top of something, but they don't actually have the authority to actually solidify anything. So to me, it just doesn't mean anything. They're just up there, I don't know, sales pitching. That's it.
Well, that's the issue. The American people don't even understand how their government works, and putting civics back into school won't do anything because the dumb sluts and retards aren't going to fucking pay attention in that class either. Like,
speaking of that, civics class, my mother talks about. She was born in '64, I think. She talks about she had civics class. Now, when I'm growing up, I was born in '84. I didn't have civics class. Did they merge it with social studies or something? Where did that course even go?
It either got dropped or merged with social studies, and then in the mid to late 2000s, social studies was either dropped or turned into an elective.
Okay.
And actually, I'm sorry. Social studies was then merged into history, and then in the mid 2010s to early 2020s, history got turned into an elective.
So it's not just now one thing. It's just everything's kind of like garbled together.
Well, it helps. It's like rubbing the throat for propaganda, because social studies has become nothing more. It used to be in school how you learn about like prevalent cultures that were outside of your own, but then it became about fag shit and kissing the ass of foreign peoples instead of actually learning the distinction and what their importance in history was.
Okay.
Let's not go too hard on the cigarette word. All right. I don't know how the algorithm feels about that. I'm not against you saying it, but like I don't know how the algorithm feels.
Look, Jay. On the third day, God invented the Remington rifle so that man could fight the dinosaurs and homosexuals.
Okay, listen, I know exactly the movie you're talking about, and this is not that movie. Okay, this is not that movie.
That is biblical fact, Jay.
You be stealing from media. You be stealing from media to use on social media. Stop that, Muslim. Stop that.
You said placate the algorithm. I was just giving it a reach around. Jesus, why you hate?
Well, geez. All right, come on. Time out. Time out. It's not that movie. It's not that movie, Nina. I thought it was that movie. I thought it was that movie that they came up with that. Anyways, Nina, if it's not that movie I'm thinking of, then please clarify the source. But Corn, we completely went over you. They skipped you, honestly. I went to go break the seal once again. Please give us your take on the debate and who you felt. Let me ask you this real quick, Corn Pop. Who was the best candidate tonight, and who was the worst candidate tonight? Please don't say all or none. Let's not.
Well,
I really
can't.
A real answer.
I can't really contribute because I just literally, when I came in your StreamYard, that's when I started watching. So I'm driving right now, but I'll base my answer on this. Was there any gun control questions tonight?
Actually, no. Actually, a lot of what happened tonight was more so focused on economy, politics, and Donald Trump. If we're being honest, economy, geopolitics, and Donald Trump. Yeah, economy, foreign policy.
Which one was least fond of Israel?
All of them sucked their balls and tickled the sack while doing it.
Oh God,
hold on. If I'm gonna be honest, and I'm not being biased at all, even though I like him, I'm really not trying to be biased at all because he gave the least props to Israel. It was Vivek, honestly.
Yeah, Vivek. So that's what I guessed it was gonna be. Vivek did say, not that I trust him, but if you gun to my head, make me pick one, it would be Vivek because of the stuff he said regarding the ATF and the FBI and stuff about completely dismantling them, and I really don't know if he actually has the power to even do that. I don't think he does.
The president absolutely does have the ability to do that.
I'm telling you, if Vivek gets the vice presidency and even longer of a shot the presidency, it's because they're trying to bridge better relations with India because he still speaks Tamarind. He still speaks that dialect.
That's what I'm saying.
And they're going to use him. They're going to want to use him as a direct ambassador so he can meet with Prime Minister Modi.
I'm gonna be real with you, Jay.
So that way they can
actually control the world. It's the Indians. Have you seen all the Indians that have been in positions of power around the world right now?
Dude, India, but man, you know what though, man? India, with their top, but they're elite though, man. They're elite. They make sure they're at genius level intelligence. They make it a point.
No.
Their elite have too much of a tendency to be CEOs, or politicians, or billionaires. No. You can push back all you want, but they make sure their elite are in places of power that are extreme power in the world.
No, that is true. That is true. They are a notoriously retarded people, even their elite.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. You can say that. What I'm saying though is that if they're making sure their elite are in top tier positions, you can't be stupid and be a top tier human being. I don't care what you say. You cannot be an autist and be a top tier human being.
If you have 1 billion people and the economics of 1 billion slaves under you, you could do a lot. But you know who the best candidate was for the American people? You really want to know who?
George Lincoln Rockwell.
No. Didn't you hear it? The Second Amendment at this point. Fuck them all. They're all terrible. Vivek is the lesser of two evils, but he is a national security threat. He is a literal foreign influence.
You don't think that Vivek has either a genius or near genius intellect?
No.
To be at the position he is in life?
No.
So you think he's
I think he's probably a good CEO.
You think he's an average intelligence person or a below average?
I think he's an average intelligent person that has skills that the average person doesn't have. He has access to them because he's from a higher caste of Indians who were wealthy, and they were able to pass on that generational wealth and pass on those skills. You can teach a monkey sign language. Is my point. You know what I'm saying? You can teach a monkey sign language. Somebody who has wealth and generational power.
That means but to gain wealth means you have more intelligence. We can see that people who have more intelligence gain more wealth. We can see that. That's an actual causation. If you have more intelligence, you gain more wealth. You choose not to gain more wealth if you have that intelligence. That's a choice.
No. Struggle breeds intelligence.
We see.
Struggle breeds intelligence.
Okay. Well, India for the most part is a developing economy, so you could say that they're a powerful second world nation. You're saying that they don't struggle?
They absolutely do. That's why they have a lot of millionaires. Doesn't mean that they're super intelligent. If they were super intelligent, there are a billion fucking people. They wouldn't be that fucking bad.
I think if you two are going to have this conversation, go back and define. If you two are going to have this conversation, then if you two are going to have this conversation, then define the intelligence and define virtues. I think what Orthodox is talking about is character.
Well, what I had said was they're top tier humans, the top tier people in their society. They make it a point that their top tier people are usually they're CEOs, they're billionaires, they're politicians.
No, they're ruthless swine. They're ruthless swine that would slaughter their own people to gain an ounce of power.
You need to be smart to make that possible. You need to have intelligence to make that possible. Stupid people are not capable of doing it.
Look at every 2-bit dictator in Africa. Are you going to tell me every 2-bit dictator in Africa is intelligent?
Like I wouldn't trust Vic Beck.
Obviously, they were if they were able to make the political moves to put themselves in that position. Stupid people are not able to get themselves in a position of power. A fucking autist does not just show up and be like, I'm more violent than everyone else. I take power because I'm just more violent. You have to have intelligence in order to be able to utilize the violence in an efficient way. Otherwise, just mindless violence and everyone mobs up.
I agree with you on that because violence is nothing but a tool, just like I told Napa.
Exactly.
The simple fact,
that's
though,
what I'm saying.
Just because they're successful does not mean no man rules alone, Jay. There's keys to power. You can be an average level motherfucker if you have the right support. You will get into power. That's what I'm getting at with even the Indians. It does not necessarily mean intelligence. You have the keys to power, and you have the ability to network with a larger group of people to pull more capital.
You can have the keys to power. You can have the keys to power, but you have to be able to navigate with that. You cannot be an unintelligent human being and be able to navigate properly to even keep the power or maintain it over a certain period of time. So for them to have these,
that's why African nuclear engineers exist. If you're taught a skill from birth, you can be good at that skill. It does not mean you're intelligent. Intelligence is intelligence, IQ, and all that shit is not the ability to. It is not the ability to have information. It's the ability to learn information and process it quickly.
I feel like we're arguing semantics here because if he's raised in an environment where he has that knowledge at his disposal and the resources at his disposal that his parents gave him, and they weren't in politics because they were in the private sector, and he was able to utilize the private sector knowledge, the private sector resources to
statistically speaking, he's going to be more successful.
To parlay that into a political career where he is. By the way, of all the candidates that you saw tonight, he's leading all of them. Outside of Donald Trump, he's leading all of them in the polls.
Well, hey, Jay,
none of the candidates lead more than he does.
Who's going to be more successful? Who's going to be more successful? A midwit with wealth and resources versus a high IQ
have wealth and resources.
Broken home.
No, you can't.
I'm asking. We're not even specifically talking about. But we're not even specifically talking about Vivek. You've done picked up the goalpost and now we're talking about Vivek. You said
I'm not picking up. I specifically said, but I was specifically talking about the context of Vivek. You brought up the Indians and how they have power throughout this world, and that was in relation to when I brought up Vivek.
That was me being facetious.
When you brought that up, that was in relation to Vivek.
That was me being
facetious. And you didn't specify that. Well, you didn't specify that because I was being serious.
Because they're all. My point. The only serious point about that is it's very strange to me that in the West specifically, you have a lot of Indian candidates being ran.
And that's when I made the point that when the Indians train up their top caste, their top tier, they make it a point to put them in positions of power for them to be CEOs, to be politicians, to be billionaires.
You said genius level, and my autism kicked in.
But okay, Well, you can't be an okay. Well, then in that case, and this isn't shade, you can't be an autist and be able to hold those positions of power and have the intellect to maintain and navigate in those worlds. You can't.
You absolutely can. Look at Elon Musk.
So we have autistic presidents. We have autistic billionaires. We have we do have at least one. We have autistic politicians.
High functioning autistic people
we just have them en masse,
capable and intelligent.
And extremely rare. How many autistic, high-functioning individuals do you see that are at the top 1% of humans throughout the world? I can only think of one.
A lot. I
can think of one off the top of my head. I can think of one. Can you think of
you really think Oppenheimer wasn't an autist?
Okay, well, we don't know that for sure. We can't verify that for sure because we can't observe his behaviors. At the very least, we can observe one that I'm thinking of. At least one.
So the problem, I guess it's the problem with the definition. So like the description for autism is basically a range, right? So what they talk about high functioning could be somebody with a
I'm literally
we're gonna get stuck on the autism. I know. We're gonna get stuck. Yeah. We're gonna get stuck on the autism point because that's not what it's about. Okay.
Right.
It really was about going over the candidates. He brought up a comment. Well, I brought up a comment about Vivek, and he brought up another comment that the tangent went off on. That's all with Indian people.
Sorry,
but we can talk about that part. If you want to bring up the autism point, that's fine. No, it's fine. It's part of the conversation. It's not necessarily too far away from the main topic.
I mean, the point.
Go ahead.
The point is, you have a critical mass of people, right? You have an economy behind those people. You also have the statistical fact that a midwit with resources behind them, it will statistically be more successful than somebody who is from a broken home or a shitty, decaying culture or society with high IQ. There's a certain bit of art. There's a certain bit of dice roll to life. Not to be a nerd and say my life is like a video game, but there is a certain amount of luck that comes with. You can have all the right cards, and somebody else just have a better hand.
Okay.
And you still
Well, let me ask you this. I'm going to ask this to the panel, but I'm going to have you answer first, Orthodox. Of the candidates you saw tonight, who do you think has the intelligence level to be an adequate president for the United States? If you're not going to say Vivek, then who has the adequate intelligence level? Because someone's got to take the position. And you can't have stupid presidents. You can't have presidents that have half a brain.
I want the black guy, I ain't gonna lie. It'll be fun.
Do you want
my mama said, yeah. I want Dale for president. I ain't even gonna lie. I want to see somebody look a world leader in the face and be like, "My mama said."
I'm asking you a serious question, though. Come on.
Okay, purely based off intelligence, or based off character? Or is it purely based off intelligence? Based off character? Because if it's based off character, none of them. I know you fucking lie.
I mean, okay, all right. Listen. And by the way, guys, shout out to CT for coming out tonight. Thank you, CT, for making it a point to show things. Appreciate you, bro.
You're literally making me a not lost degree, Jay. I don't like this. This is a scary world. This is a scary world, Jay. This is how you know we're the ultimate universe.
Okay, all right. Look. It's hard for me to nuance this.
Vivek is the only one with the intelligence to be president. If that's what you want me to say, and it's a fact, that's not
my point. No. Because if you truly don't feel that way, don't think that way, then don't just say it for my sake.
No.
I'm saying based off what you've seen,
he's the only one with the intelligence to be president on that stage. He is the only one that is capable and foreseeing enough. The issue is, all politicians are liars. He's a foreign person. He may have been born here. Boo-hoo. You know what? Yeah. But he's of a foreign ilk. All right. He will literally do everything. He will literally do what all foreigners do. He will make it easier. He will make it easier for his kin to come here. He will use nepotism to make their life better, and it may benefit America in the short term. But it will ultimately change the destiny of our nation.
Orthodox, we didn't have an issue when we made it easy for 300,000 Ukrainians to come to the United States. We didn't have an issue with that.
We did.
He made it very easy.
We did.
He made it very easy, and they were able to come here
and he
without
issue. Done that. He shouldn't have done that.
But he did it though.
Only
and guess what?
allowed
It wasn't major headlines.
It should have been.
Sorry, say that again. Say it again. Corn Pop.
We should have only allowed the hot, like 18 to 25-year-old Ukrainian women.
Yeah, buddy.
Well, but see, okay, but once again, you wouldn't.
The women
if it was 150,000 of them, you wouldn't have a problem with it.
More than one way.
See, listen, now you're being facetious though. But even if that was being
no, I'm serious about that.
They're immigrants coming here to the United States, and the only thing they're contributing. Okay, I'm not going to say the only thing they're contributing, but the main thing that you're concerned with them contributing is birthing capability. That's the main thing you're worried about.
No, actually, I'm not. I'm worried about already wealthy. I'm worried about already wealthy Indians coming over here and doing the same shit.
No, I'm not talking about Indians. I'm talking about Ukrainians. You're okay with Ukrainians coming here, though?
Yeah, but Ukrainian women. No, I'm not.
If it was just Ukrainian women coming here, right?
Well, I mean,
and let's say all of them are attractive, right? The main thing you're concerned with is, even if they have zero skills, even if they have zero skills and zero resources, they're bringing their capability to produce children. They're bringing the ability
I'm a Christian man.
Add to the
like, I may be making sexual jokes, but I'm a Christian man. It is my belief that every man should have a wife and that woman belongs at home. I don't give a damn about the skills of women as long as they can be wives and childbearing.
That's aside from my point. Though.
Yeah, but that's my point about why the women can come.
They're someone else's people. Okay. So women of all across the world, well, of any ilk, as long as they're women.
Who's gonna raise your son if you have a son with that woman?
That's not my point. Okay, that's not the point though. That was not the point. It wasn't about women. The point wasn't about women. You brought up that Vivek would bring his ilk here. He would bring his people here.
And you know what his ilk would do? They would already be established families, bringing their wealth here, using that wealth to do the same shit AIPAC does.
You know what? Honestly, Nina brings up a good question. Brings up a good point. Where are we going? We've gone to a tangent instead of a tangent. Atticus, let's get back to the point, Atticus. I want to hear from you because you've been very quiet. Can you tell me your interpretation of what you've seen tonight with the candidates over the course? I don't know if you've watched all three GOP debates. I've watched all three. I've only covered two. But tell me what you thought about the candidates, and tell me what your thoughts are on who you feel is the most qualified of those that are up here that we've seen tonight, because we're probably not going to see Donald Trump do a debate. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I mentioned when you stepped away to go to the bathroom that none of them really fully interest me, but if I had to make a choice, it would be Vivek, because I don't even know why Chris Christie's up there. Like, he could be chilling in some Burger King outside of Washington.
You know why he was there. It was a catered event.
Right. But I mean, I'm interested.
You're frozen, by the way, Atticus. You're frozen. Yeah, you're frozen. You're still frozen.
I'll just cut my camera.
That's fine.
The big thing for me is that, like, the goalpost has been moved so far that we're not even playing in the stadium anymore. It's out in the parking lot, and I need a candidate that's going to basically grab his nuts and stand up and say, we're done with this shit, and start pushing back. And Vivek's the only one that, to me, through the debates, he's the only one that will actually lash back. The rest of them will kind of make excuses for whatever they're confronted with. And the first debate, I felt like he barely got any time compared to everyone else because of that fact. Like, they knew he was going to react in that way, so they kind of tried to steer away from him so that they stayed looking good and he didn't make them look like a bunch of idiots.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't say he's...
Joshua... Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I agree with you.
Wait. Let Atticus finish his point. Go ahead, Atticus.
Oh, I was just gonna finish, like, saying just the fact that I don't even think Vivek should have showed up to the last one, or this current one. He should have stayed home for it, pulled the Trump card, and just been like, I'm not even gonna engage in this shit anymore. It's like it's stupid to stand out here and watch everyone else. Like, you get lumped into that category of standing up on stage with all those idiots in the end. Like, nobody comes out the victor, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I fully agree with you.
Go ahead.
I fully agree.
Joshua,
my issue with oh, my bad. I thought you wanted me to answer Nina when she said, "Where are we going?"
No, okay. Well, Joshua unmuted, but since Joshua went back on mute, Orthodox, go ahead and respond to that.
All right. So where I'm going with this is, don't sit here and look at a very beautiful spider or a very beautiful animal and not see it for the poison that it usually is. Because he says all the right shit. He obviously learned from Trump to grab your fucking nuts and stand up, like Atticus said, which is something that American politicians need to start doing and telling the American people the truth. The issues that I have with Vivek are, I think he's going to be another Donald Trump. He's going to be another majority liar, and all the other things that I'm saying that I believe that he's going to do. And bringing in wealthy people from another country to do the same thing that AIPAC has done will literally just cause more sectarian division and further to hurt our nation. Like, that's why I
Josh,
don't want Vic, because we've gotten to this point for voting for the lesser of two evils for like 100 years.
That's a fact.
I don't particularly understand exactly what you're asking. If you're asking like who on that stage was capable of being president, pretty much every damn one of them. It doesn't really require that much. At the end of the day, it's going to be the GOP. Well, in this case, for these guys, it's going to be the GOP that's going to lead the way, unless you have somebody that's like, I don't know, Trump really pissed off the GOP. That's kind of why he's really not around. It's because they just conflict.
What I was asking was, I don't know who's seen all three debates up to this point, but what I was asking was, who did you, from what you've seen, who do you think was the most capable of being the GOP's candidate for the presidency?
Anybody's absolutely capable of being a president. Period. It
but
really
I said
doesn't
the most
require
capable.
That. It would be hard to tell, just because generally speaking, they're all talking about things as a talking point, as like a marketing campaign. So they're not telling you what they're gonna do, because they're really only. It'd be like the example. So like Orthodox says that, the president absolutely could like disband a federal branch of government. They absolutely can't. There's no legal capability of that doing so. They can appoint directors, right? Of course, those directors have to be basically vetted through Congress, usually speaking. But you could, in theory, basically keep posting interim directors in throughout the process, right? Like, say, you want to go in a specific direction, you could kind of abuse the system for a little while. As this idea that, this one guy is going to pop into office and make all your dreams come true, that's just bullshit. It's not going to happen. So I guess it depends on what goal you're trying to reach. At the end of the day, I will back up Orthodox in the concept of families need to be promoted. But now the question is how do you go about doing that? It ain't going to be a president. So what the hell is that? All the things that people are complaining about don't exist with that seat. So what's the deal? It's really a malformed question. And hell, even us on a panel, we're not actually even being honest about what our goals are, like what we want, what we intend, right? You're just asking our opinions about, oh, well, who's the most capable? You'd have no idea. Do any of you guys know them personally? Like, the concept of capability is being able to do, like,
None
I
of
have
us know them personally, sir, but
I acquire that.
None of us know them personally, sir, but everyone has an opinion on who they want their candidate. No one voted for a candidate they know personally, or voted for a candidate they think aligns 100% with their personal goals. No one has.
Yeah,
if they have, they're in the top. They're in the 0.1%.
I have to back something up, right? Because I feel like my argument was misrepresented at the beginning of this. I did not. If I did, I misspoke. But I did not say the president can abolish a federal department. I said that he can control them. And federal departments do answer to the administrators appointed by the president. Right?
Yeah, he can point
he can indirectly issue stand down orders to just make those people not be able to do their job during his presidency.
That he can do. He can interrupt a lot.
Yeah. And that is what is necessary, because what you have to do is you have to show the American people that some of these institutions do not have their best interest at heart. The ATF is one of them.
So the question really comes down to is when we talk about like what's in our best interest, well, now we have to talk about our goals, like what we want for the nation. And I don't think we all agree. I don't even think we probably prioritize in the same direction. The one thing that I will jump on Orthodox, hell, I'll jump right on his dick at the end of the day with this one. Family as priority. So the question really boils down to, if I'm going to prioritize my family over everybody else's, that's now we're going to have probably a conflict somewhere else, aka within socialism, which I don't off the top of my head basically just denounce it. But at the end of the day,
I'm going to grab a drink on that one. Continue.
What's the thing that's going to basically be in my best interest most likely isn't going to be in his best interest.
Well, that's the issue, and that's one of the reasons I don't like libertarians, because the simple fact of the matter is no two people, even within a family unit, are going to have the same exact interests that align.
Right.
I don't necessarily believe in compromise. It's like a national value, like people try to claim America's
right.
One of America's values is, but you have to work together. You have to find something that is a common interest that brings benefit to you both, and that's what socialism is.
Strongly agree. So Orthodox, I'm a conservative with a lot of overreach with authoritarianism. I haven't really spent a lot of time talking to you. I don't actually know where we differ. So like if you and me were to come up with some compromise, I'm not a particularly big fan of socialism. However, I don't deny its usefulness. So like example, like family. Family, that's pure socialism right out the door, right? Now we get into like education. This is like going to boil down to there's socialism, or there's components of socialism that go within it, right? So where is the divide? Where's the break between you and me? I don't even know where that is, to be honest with you.
There's not one. The issue would come when I speak on stuff like the Department of Education, and the experience as the Department of Education is. The Department of Education should not create a curriculum based around teaching kids about faggotry. It should build a system around teaching kids skills or trades, preparing them for the field.
We strongly agree. Right out the door. I don't. The whole LGBT move. Sex shouldn't be a discussion within school. Period. Not at any age.
It should, but not in the concept of pleasure. It should be a completely scientific and age-based thing.
Yeah, I see, but now I also believe you can teach like STDs and stuff within biology.
Yes, and that's how it should be done.
Yeah.
Real quick, to address Nina's point, I believe she's referring to the election that was held in Bridgeport. I thought that was Bridgeport, PA, not Bridgeport, Connecticut, because it's my home city, actually. If that's what you're referring to, I had to do more research on that, because I thought it was PA that they fuddled with the election. If it's Bridgeport, Connecticut, that's a different story, because that's actually my hometown that they would have muddled in.
Will you bring up not laws next? Because I agree with this, and I want to get your opinion on that.
So Not Law says becoming booming economies are ones that have a mix of capitalism and government systems.
Fun fact, they're also the ones that stay profitable the longest. Because here's the issue with capitalism. Pure capitalism is a cannibalizing system. It promotes profit over families, and families are the biggest driver of economic necessity, economic spending. But yet, when you look at who's who's spending the money, it's the women, because women have always throughout history managed the household for the man while he provides for the family.
That's correct.
Capitalists take that and they go, well, that means women are our biggest spenders. We need to target their retard brains to make them buy shit they don't need. And that should be something that advertising is the devil. It should be strong.
Women do spend more than men do. Women do spend more than men do. They do at least 60% of the spending. They spend more than men do, even though men make more money. Even though the whole trope is that women don't make more because men make more money because of the patriarchy, right? Women still spend more. So even though women are not making more through working, they still have the access to more resources. It is a necessity. Yes, I'm being facetious when I say that.
You're pulling a meme.
Even though yes, I am. But even though patriarchy is supposed to be this evil, right? Patriarchy still allows women to spend 60% of the money while not making 60% of it. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, here this goes back to what I was going to tell y'all, right? I was talking about gender roles with my aunt yesterday, I think it was, and my little cousin, she's 16, she's very liberal. She came in, why do you hate women? I'm like, I don't hate women. Men and women are equal, not in the sense that they have the same responsibilities or the same physical abilities, They are equal under the law. Neither one of them should be raped, beaten, imprisoned, treated like shit, etc. Each should be treated with dignity of a human being. But women produce children. Men provide defense and food and shelter for the family.
Nina, that wasn't me shitting on women. That was me making a point that as much as we talk about, this goes back to the actually this in some weird way links back to the stream that CT had. This isn't me shitting on patriarchy because patriarchy is still relevant not only to women but also beneficial to them. Actually, no, this wasn't CT stream. It was Risky stream. It's beneficial to them because it allows them to work less and get the lion's share of purchasing power. So that's not what I was trying to do. But the point I was trying to make is that as bad as we talk about patriarchy, it's not to say that women are trying to stop it or that they shouldn't receive it. We literally build a society around them so they can utilize it, so that way they can be the ones who nurture the next generation, and men are willing to make that sacrifice for them. But go ahead, Orthodox.
And to expand on that, that was something that I had similarly said to my little cousin. She goes, "Well, why do you want to give men the power to lead the household?" It's because men are rational. Most men think. Women act based on emotion. In order to have a successful society, you need rational thinking. You need to be able to think forward. There are things that women are good at, and there are things that men are good at. To be a pragmatic society and a successful society, we need to focus on that. And she goes, "Well, where does individualism play in on that?" I said, first off, individualism is an expression that you take the time to learn things to express yourself. You don't have to say you're a boy if you're a female.
Well, did I misunderstand you? Is your contention, I guess, with women having spending, like it's basically the wives within the family? Like,
oh no, it's capitalism. My contention is not with women.
What's up?
Or it's capitalism and the desire to put profit first on everything. Because don't get me wrong, profit is important. You don't want to break even. You want to have a very, very healthy looking profit margin, and it literally is the reason we do shit.
Right. I just wanted to. I just needed clarification within that concept, or within like women spending within the household.
Well, it's my contention, I guess, would be with marketing and the way capitalism uses marketing to manipulate people in general, but women especially, and that is actually used as a tool by communists and leftists. Once marketing gave communists the tools to dominate today, as they are doing in our society. Because I don't know if you know this, but communism and capitalism, they feed off each other. They're two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. What we describe as capitalism today is not. It's not actually, it's not what people. Because I had this argument with someone, and I'm trying to find the words for it because I'm not the most articulate person. But there has always been trade and commerce throughout society. That is not capitalism.
If I redraw some lines, I probably can get to that point where I don't inherently disagree. But obviously, it's basically going to get down to definitional, which I don't really have a problem with. Like, I understand that there's usually a goal behind a prescription. So I don't inherently disagree off the top. No. Now, just full disclosure, when you talk about like those rich people that do like really dumb shit, I'd be one of those people. I'm not lower class at all. Worse, I own a few corporations, businesses. I don't even like call them that. So like those evil people that you talk about, I'm one of those.
Oh, well, turn around. You see that wall? Look at it. All right.
Worst of all, Joshua lives in a second world country, and his dollar stretches about 8 times more than ours does.
Can you blame him?
Actually, it's probably more than that, isn't it, Joshua? What's it, probably more like 20 times? And
your last.
We're in VN, so like, go ahead.
Yeah, your last calculation was right. Is it like a 1 to 23,000? It's about somewhere in there.
Well, it's $1. Well, no, it's $1 to 23,000 VND. But I don't know if that means that the purchasing power is the same. That's the thing. Because purchasing power is different from exchange rate.
Well, the U.S. dollar is like the second highest purchasing power within the globe.
Is it the pound or the euro that's higher?
Yeah, the pound is going to be a little bit higher.
The pound is the king.
Yeah.
It always has been in the modern world.
Yeah.
They're backed by silver, of course.
Well, they're actually backed by a lot more than just silver. Precious stones. I think they have like the highest precious gems. So it'd be like diamonds, gems, things like that. Like it's not just gold and silver. Like they have a lot of it backing there.
Well, that and they also have the second. They also have the second most powerful fleet in the world behind us. They do, by the way. That's not hyperbole.
Here's the thing, Josh. I don't hate rich people, and I don't blame people like yourself who move to another nation where you can stretch your dollar.
Oh, I don't. I'm only here half a year. I'm back and forth between New York and here.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. A man who is wealthy, even if he was born into it, and this is a point I was trying to make. I don't think I was very good at it. You will have the tool. You will have a very high statistical chance to maintain that wealth and increase it. Does not make people more intelligent. Now, I get that a lot of people lose wealth, but you still have access that other people didn't.
Well, now I'm going to push back a little bit. No, technically my position is probably actually a threat to the U.S. An example. So, as your opportunities, like as wealth increases and your revenue changes, right? An example would be, this is going to be the first year I'm going to draw zero income tax. I'm not going to pay shit in income tax. Technically speaking, I'm not going to pay any. My wife, however, is going to pay 8% versus, I think, 15 or 16%. I don't know where I would fall on the U.S. side. So all of my income actually goes through the wife. I'm going to use her to lower my tax rate.
Well, that's not your fault that loophole exists.
Right. That's where people... I think people aren't being real clear about, okay, there's systems out that people can take advantage, right? So the threats that exist to, like, say, the United States, people taking their money outside, if it could somehow be incentivized to keep it, well, to be fair, like I'm rare, the idea that American businesses are taking off to foreign countries, this is not statistically a thing. They're more of an anomaly.
Manufacturing. They're just doing their
right.
To bring the goods back. And that right there should be a no-no. Because
I don't disagree.
That's why I call capitalism a cannibalistic society. Because a nation that does not produce its goods will not have the economic or the industrial ability to be self-sufficient in the case of a war and be easily defeated. 2, the constant economic growth to maintain a middle class to be powerful and wealthy.
Keep in mind, because the U.S. is usually more technologically advanced, and because the U.S. is more technologically advanced than just about any country in the world, we are switching to more service-based economy. So it eliminates the need for manufacturing because we rely more upon technology than other countries do.
We see it's more so service economic decline that we see though.
What I'm saying is because we rely more on technology. Because we rely more on technology, it means we lean more heavily upon services versus manufacturing. That's just a natural progression.
That's because we all live to serve the almighty boomer.
Okay, but boomers maybe have 5 years left, if that.
Well, they have a pillow now. Hey, let's make it 30 seconds left.
Corn Pop, you've had very little time to speak, sir. Would you like to give your perspective on the topic at hand? Right now, it seems like we were talking about. Actually, I don't know what we're talking about. Corn Pops, so you go ahead. You should say what you need to say, sir.
Yeah, I actually got to run anyway, guys. I want to change topics on something, like say real quick, and then I got to run. My father's in the hospital. He's not doing very good. He had a coronary artery bypass graft.
Ouch.
It didn't go well, and he had a stroke alert last night and had to get re-incubated, and it's not going too good. So any Christians or people that pray in here, they could pray for my dad tonight. His name's Don, and I'd appreciate that. Sorry, be a Debbie Downer, but
No, you're good, Corn Pop. Listen, for those of us who believe in God, myself included, we will be sending prayers your way, sir, that your father has a quick and speedy recovery, and that he gets back to 100%. Any coronary issue is a serious issue, so hopefully God sends blessings his way and gets him back to speed at God's speed. So, we hope that you and your family are able to get through this endeavor as quickly as possible.
Thank you, sir. But
And
yeah, I gotta
else
run,
you want to say?
fellas.
If you gotta go, if you gotta go, bro, you gotta go. Be safe, bro.
But y'all have a
Take care.
good night.
You too. Gentlemen, with that being said, Atticus, you have not had many opportunities to speak during the time of this debate. Please go ahead and say your piece.
I mean,
it seems like. Go ahead.
I pretty much agree with just about everything that was said. For me, I've got 4 kids. Family is the most important out of all, and right now, thank goodness they're getting to the end of the education system now, and somehow have maintained their sanity. 2 of my children attended a charter school all the way up through, so I mean they lucked out. I managed to get them into a great school where none of the insane political narratives that are out there right now have been pushed on them. They actually have policies in that school where if someone were to be caught with a pride flag or anything like that and in their possession, it would be seized from them and their parents would have to come and pick it up, versus most schools that would hide that. And just the insanity that goes on where some of them are even taking them to their appointments to get the damn pills to control their hormones and shit like that. This school, I've never had to worry about that one bit. But I guess for me that tops out as my biggest priority. And then a lot of it is just the government keeping their damn hands out of my pockets. Like the money that I make, like for example, on a platform like YouTube, I'll try not to say too much because they're so sensitive, but 95% of the time I'm jumping through all their little loopholes just to be able to provide content. And then when I do, they're taking a portion of it. And then when it comes time for tax season, then the government's getting their portion of it. And I basically top out with chump change in the end. And in a situation like YouTube, I think that, and I hate to even say this because I hate federal regulations, but I think YouTube needs to be federally regulated across the board so that it's fair for everyone, because some guy can go and show kids how to shave their asshole and that's completely fine. But if I do a lot of body cam footage on my channel and just police. Back, all right. Sorry to interrupt you. Oh, that's fine. Just police interaction and stuff like that. And one thing that I figured out over probably the last 6 to 8 months of doing it is if I provide certain content, like say a civilian being gunned down by a police officer, that's an instant content warning. You can't click on the video unless you're 18 years or older. But yet the other side to that is they can shoot at cops all day long, and that's fine. It flies right across the board. That's the most views I get on my videos is when someone's violent against the cop. And I don't understand the standard, because like I'll get certain videos and I'll be like, all right, this one's going to be fine. Like nobody died in it. It doesn't show anyone getting shot, but just the fact that there's the negative interaction where the police officers come out on top. I probably should have mentioned my background a little bit. I do bail enforcement. I go out and pick up assholes that bail jump. So I have a lot of interactions with police officers. So
you're the natural enemy of my family.
Well, if anybody gives you problems on Thanksgiving or anything, I'll give you my number so I can come pick them up for you.
It's like, oh, you're telling me that transgenderism is okay? Hey, didn't you skip court?
But yeah, it's just a lot of bullshit anymore. Like you can't, in most spaces that are considered safe spaces for certain people like us go on there and offer up our opinion, and we're punished for it through the platform, not through the communities, but through the actual platform itself, because you're not spreading the narrative that they're trying to push out there.
May I intervene here?
Sure.
and I'm going to share my background. I used to be a white nationalist and a political dissident. And there's a lot of things that people go, well, you're a hypocrite when I talk about, because I don't like cops. I don't like the government, but yet I'm an authoritarian. Right. And I'm like, I'm not actually hypocritical. Here's the issue. The censorship that you have is on behalf of the corporation, sure, but it's also on behalf of the government. The government allows it. YouTube is not allowed to censor you. They're a platform, not a publisher. They're not allowed to curate what's on their website because they're not legally liable for it.
Right.
And then this is why I don't like boomers or libertarians, because they go, well, a company should be able to do what it wants. It's already federally regulated. It's because retards don't understand shit, and they think all they know is what another retard who is a little bit wealthier than them said to tell them how to make money. So they believe this because they're greedy retards.
Right.
So now we don't have a functioning nation. I despise the police because they're agents of the state. Our government hates us.
By the way, guys, when you get a chance, please go over to Trash Media Group and drop a subscribe. He has about 3 times as many videos as I do, and give this man some subscribers, because obviously he's been putting in way more work than I have to have that many more videos than I have. Go over to Trash Media Group and give him a subscribe. Thank you so much for coming through, bro. Please continue.
I appreciate that.
Sorry about that, Jay. But yeah, no. And that's why it seems very hypocritical, because even though I left white nationalism because I found out I met a lot of good people, but the majority are absolute retards. And that's the truth with any political dissonance, because it draws in retards that don't actually want change. They're just mad about their position in life, and they don't really care. But there are serious problems in our country and our culture that need to be addressed. And for instance, anti-white shit, that is a real thing. The Nashville shooters manifesto was suppressed because it was anti-white and it went against the narrative. And so I believe, well, not lost, I'm going to be honest, but communists, whatever I can say about white nationalists, communists are 10 times worse, leftists are 10 times worse. I just don't like dealing from the own stupidity for my side, and I refuse to be a part of it.
I used to be a part of a nationalist, let's call them a drinking club, and there was a lot of that. Like, there was never about showing up to actually make a difference at the rallies and things like that. It just ended up like, oh, I can't wait till we're done so we can go back and have some beers. And like, that wasn't my priority, and I didn't want to party. I didn't want to go. Be careful what I say. Just a bunch of idiots, honestly. Like you said, like you think that you know somebody, like when they're talking online and whatever, and then you meet in person at a rally, and it's just pure stupidity the whole way through.
That's
Joshua,
why
I'm gonna let you rock for a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Joshua, I'm gonna let you rock in a second. Atticus, do you share similar views to what your sister does? Would you say?
Yes.
I think, and Muslim guy, back me up on this. I think you would get along great with us personally. I think we should talk to you after stream and see whether. Yes, I think we should have a private conversation and see whether or not you would be a fit. For what we have going on. What do you think, Orthodox? I think that'd be a good.
I was going to talk to you about that. I was actually picking up my phone to send you a text.
Yeah. I think that'd be a productive conversation. If you have similar views, after the stream is over, stick behind for a little bit, and we're gonna have a conversation. Joshua, please, you were gonna say something.
I think I finally found something I might have contention with the Orthodox with. The problem is I also agree with the conclusion. That's the weird part about this one. So I guess if my background's coming up here, so I'm a foreign service officer. I specifically and a jackboot at the same time. It's kind of weird. I'm an atheist that also strongly supports Christian nationalism. There's really weird reasons for this. So we get to the same conclusion, but
maybe both of you stay behind after the stream is over.
I do think so. My problem.
Maybe both of you stay behind. Yeah.
Well, so
go ahead.
It's the same conclusion. We just arrived there through a different path is really what it boils down to. So I'm a little curious here now. So you stated you hated the boomers. Okay, that's kind of where I'm at. But I agree. I agree with the contention, right? So the idea that a business, yeah, businesses are regulated. Businesses, I also subscribe to the idea that businesses ought do the thing they want to do, right? Even be nasty pieces of crap. Example, like say the type of censorship that boils down with YouTube. The alternative, though, is it's supposed to be competitive. And the reason I say this is the same reason where Christian nationalism. I'm not prescribing Christian nationalism as the context of Christianity ought to be like the national religion. I believe that Christian nationalists ought be allowed to separate themselves. An example would be like in the case of divorce. I believe that Christians should have their churches and their divorces ought be arbitrated through the church as opposed to through the state. So I like that idea of separation, and the reason for it is because of the competition. From the statistics that I've seen within divorce rates, now they're very specific. They're based on Christians that attend. They attend specifically like a very routine amount of time, aka 2-3 days a week. Now there's a psychological reason for the reasons why their divorce debts drop way down. It's because they're surrounded of like-minded people that are promoting marriage. So their solutions, when they get together and say, oh, I've got this problem with my husband, they're surrounded by people of like-mindedness saying, okay, we're going to look for the solution within the marriage, not the whole idea of, oh, well, you can just change your mind and get a divorce kind of concept, which is what the youth in society are prescribing. Right. So I recognize that there's these competitions between different ideas, and they ought be promoted with the results that come with that promotion. Oh, you don't want to get divorced? Here's a group of people over here with low rates of divorce. Look at them. What are they doing, that you're not doing? It's something to learn from.
On paper, and you're absolutely right. But the issue with that is, are you finished? Because I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
The issue with that is human nature is to be decadent.
Correct.
So even if we allow, because I have no problem with what you're saying on paper, but if we allow this as a fundamental rule of our nation, we will end up in the same situation we are in 100 years from now.
Isn't that the fundamental rule already, and hasn't it always been?
No, actually,
okay.
up until the 1940s, we were progressing as humans. The 1940s have been a massive decline.
You mean within like a religious contention, like people having
culturally, technologically, and spiritually?
Okay. So, how is it working? Like in your perception, is all of these things are basically collectively together and having such an impact on society? That's where the drain's coming into.
Well, it's actually the lack, or maybe I'm misunderstanding the question, but it's actually the destruction of these institutions and the subversion of these institutions that has been done in the name of either profit or a certain group of people's interests.
Okay. So where maybe correct me where I might be misunderstanding you. So you believe that it's basically for a lack of, I don't want to call it the corporate world, I want to call it the options, right? Like the youth are given options, and they're going to naturally, humanistically take the options that they desire the most, which is probably most of the time going to be something that's detrimental to them.
No. Yes and no. The options that they desire the most will be what brings success, right? Because every human wants to be successful.
Economically, yes. Probably not so from a virtue perspective, probably not. But economically, yes.
But the path of least resistance leads to both economic and moral ruin and decay. And that's what we're seeing with most of our youth. Look at white and black kids and Hispanic kids that are born in the West, in America, specifically.
Wait, no. No, we agree. We agree. Unfortunately, we agree. I'm looking for something we have contention with, but so far, yeah, I'm in agreement here.
Well, see, I used to be a lefty, right? When I was in high school, I used to be a lefty, and I wasn't making like the emotions based argument because I am a very logical person. I used to get called a robot by this like leftist chick when I came out as like a white nationalist because like you're not thinking about it logically. I don't believe it because I hate people and I want to destroy people. I look at it as cost benefit analysis. He's like, well, you're just a robot. You're doing it. I'm like, okay, the world I prescribe has us going to the stars, being the best people we could be. The world you prescribe to has Skid Row everywhere.
Right. Yeah, I damn it, I'm still looking for something that we have contention over. Like I said, I think we're coming to the same conclusion just via different paths. That's it.
A lot of people go, well, you're too strong of a Christian authoritarian and extremist to allow atheist people to exist within your nation state. No, I'm not. If you want your family to not believe in Christianity, that is your right as the head of your household. Get by declaration of the Lord God. That is your right.
I get the concept. I'm real pushy on that idea of the competition. There's a reason for it. So I'm obviously like as a Christian nationalist and not like a Muslim nationalist, right? There's a reason why I promote one over the other. And it's really just because of the culture. Like I'm really just being biased of Christianity versus Islam, specifically because, well, my parents were Christian. I didn't even find out my father was Christian until after his death. My grandparents were Christian. Like it just goes back. That's the culture I come from. I can't be that guy that comes along and, not promote it to my child. My child's 3 years old. He attends church. He's obligated at least twice a month to go. It's usually around 3, but at least twice.
That's actually very based. And here's the thing. Me and my aunt was talking about a very similar situation. I misread it, right? Because I thought she was talking about a guy who was not a believer in God, but supported, cultural Christianity like yourself. Turns out you're both similar, but I thought she was talking about someone who was like a whoremonger and was like, well, I can fuck all these women and I can do my drugs, but I'm still a good person, so I'm still a Christian. I'm like, no, you're not. Christianity, being a Christian is a lifestyle. It is a choice.
Right.
Question for the panel. Question for the panel. What did you guys think of the whole Vivek comment about 2 of the candidates on the stage wearing 3-inch heels? What did you guys think about that?
What?
What was the statement again?
Well, Vivek made a comment that a lot of you guys didn't get the reference to, that the 2 of the candidates were wearing 3-inch heels. He was, of course, referring to Nikki Haley, but he was also referring to Ron DeSantis. As for those of you who are part of CT Nation know that there was a story that came out about Ron DeSantis, who I believe is 5'10", that he was wearing inserts in his shoes that would give him a little boost of height to make him 6'1". Any thoughts on that, guys?
That's sad. That's almost like a woman wearing makeup to try to find a mate. Should not be allowed.
It's going to sound fucked up, but it's common within society. Well, at least within anybody that's seeking out popularity. People that are basically trying to look like something that they're not. Again, it's all marketing, right? They're just advertising this thing to get to, an election process for them. So I'm not surprised by it. I just mostly don't care about it.
Well,
I don't put politicians in the world of men. So when I sit down and I talk to a man, it's because he's a man. I'm not sitting down and having these conversations with politicians.
Well, let me ask you guys this real quick. Atticus, actually, let me get your take first before I ask this question. Go ahead, Atticus.
I guess the best thing I can reference is G. Michael Hoff's Those Who Remain. Like, he explains the eternal cycle. Hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and weak men create hard times. We're at the weak men part of the cycle. That's what I tell my boys, at least. I said, and your time is coming up and you become the strong men and you're going to give us those great times. And sometimes it feels like I'm lying to them, honestly, but they still, you have to have some motivation behind it to know that, like, it's shit right now. but it can get better. But we need those strong men to lead so that it can get better.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Don't you guys think, though, that given our society, that men shouldn't be shamed for wanting to do things that modify their appearance, seeing as, of course, we're in an age of equality, and women are able to do things all the time to modify their appearance and modify the way they look. Shouldn't men be given the same exact grace for being able to modify their appearance in the public eye as we give women?
No.
Okay.
Fuck
Go
no.
ahead, Josh. Go ahead, Josh.
We have standards as men. We have fucking standards as men. You'll bust your ass. You'll go through the grind. You're going to live a miserable life because that's what it is to be a man. We're talking about some politicians.
That's our punishment. That's our punishment. Like, I hate to interrupt you. That's our punishment according to God.
So this idea of like looking at politicians, come on, they're not role models. If anybody's looking at a damn politician as a role model in society, he's a fucking idiot.
So would you say that
we're not getting on MTV? We're not looking at any of these popular people. Well, we shouldn't be looking at any of these, popular movie stars, musicians, rappers, any of that. These aren't our role models. My father is my role model. My stepdad now, my father died, so my stepdad takes over. These are my role models. I don't give a shit about society like when we're talking about these people. I don't care what they look like. Fuck off. They're monkeys in a suit.
So would you say then that if the best candidate was, let's say he was the size of Stalin. Let's say he was 5'4". If the best candidate available was 5'4", would you still vote for that candidate and follow behind his lead?
Oh, is he a GOP representative? If so, I'm going to support him. Not because of him as a purpose.
Regardless, if he was the best qualified candidate, period, and he was 5'4",
well, I see. Oh, I don't give a shit about the height. Like, yeah, I don't.
Okay, all right. Well, that's the thing. I've always thought that was kind of weird, anyways. Even though, but when you do look, and I know this is kind of a weird correlation given how our modern day, we're very visceral in the modern day. But if you look at the most influential humans of all time, a lot of them weren't even above the height of 5'8". A lot of them weren't. Most of them, vast majority, were not. But I was just asking, if you had the best possible candidate in the modern era, 2023, and they were 5'4", would you follow them, regardless of height, regardless of party?
By definition. You force the definition. They're the best possible candidate, obviously.
Well, I'm saying because you're only gonna vote for someone who is your best possible candidate.
If they're 5'3", they're not the best possible candidate for the simple fact they can't reach the button if it has to. Okay. Like aesthetics do matter. Aesthetics do matter. I'm being real. There's a reason it matters. Aesthetics matter. You want a projection of strength. That's why the height. That's why your leader needs to be male. He needs to be no shorter than 5'8". To me, that's a little bit too short, but that's the average male size. What I'm saying is he needs to be average.
In this part of the world,
he needs to be the average size or taller. He needs to be in shape, and he needs to have served in the military. If he's going to be the leader of your nation, the commander in chief, as we have a president, they need military service. Well, in fact, I think military service should be mandatory, but that's...
I do like that prescription where a requirement ought to be like some type of service.
Yeah,
that I definitely agree with.
I agree. Well, would you say that
you have to serve the nation and the community? It's not about taking your rights. It's about making sure you understand your place in society and your role as a man.
Well, so like boot camp would be a demonstration of brotherhood. They basically, like, even if it's just a boot camp, right? No active service or no active deployment, right? They basically been forced into a position where they've been forced to deal with other men and come up with that camaraderie kind of thing, right? That thing that makes us bond together. That's basically that demonstration. So yeah, I agree with that prescription for sure. I wish we could have it. We're not going to, but I wish we could.
I think that service should apply to women, but not militaristically, right? Like nursing, CNAs, that type of stuff for women.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd even take it a step further and lower the standards and say at least serving as a peace officer or something like that within the states. That you don't have to necessarily join the military just to serve within a community, so that you're getting all the aspects, because no two calls are ever the same.
I hate to be cringe, but when I say service, I don't just mean the military. I mean any aspect of federal service.
Yeah.
I love that movie, by the way. I haven't read the book, I'm ashamed, but I love the movie. They failed at what they tried to do, and it makes me laugh.
Well, then, what I would ask is this, and this is for everyone on the panel. If your idea of service is military, would you say that would it have to stop at military? Would it have to be anybody who, as Attica said, could it be someone who serves perhaps as a police officer? Or could it be someone who serves perhaps, and they provide a lot of jobs?
I don't
think
different
forms of service.
I don't think it stops.
I think the line the line that they're drawing is it's group service. It's you as a serving or working within a group, right? Not the individual service. So it can't be like for myself, foreign service officer, we kind of usually isolated and go out and do our thing. I'm not really serving anything. I'm just a bitch with a paycheck, right? At the end of the day. It's got to be something group based where you're working with a group of your own peers.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what when you say I can't even remember what the words were because I've never heard of it. That's how foreign it is to my mind. Could you explain what that is? What you were talking about? What you do?
Foreign service officer is like diplomatic staff. I think 80%, I can't speak for everybody. 80% of what I've ever had to deal with is mostly business based. It'll be like a U.S. business working with a foreign business, and they're having their little conclusions. U.S. or Department of State usually has like a lot of interest in a lot of things. In many cases, a lot of the industries are regulated. So like, for example, if you were to like a tech guy that was writing encryption, you actually cannot sell your software outside of the United States. It has to go through a Department of State approval. There's just some industries that are just regulated that way, where we don't let stuff go out just willy-nilly kind of thing. Then the remaining 20% could be, U.S. citizens abroad acting a fool. So whether the host country wants them deported, with U.S. citizens, it's usually a lot of countries are kind of hands off. They don't want to touch a U.S. citizen, so sometimes they'll send us. It could be anything from child support. You get every once in a while some asshole will be like a couple $1,000s behind child support, and so one of the states will decide they want them back. Could be assholes that are basically not paying their taxes. That's a problem. There's a problem now with bank. I think 2014, you're a U.S. citizen. You can't just like have a bank account somewhere and it be hidden. It has to be reported. If it's not reported, sometimes they send us in to kind of like look by a lot of an extreme amount of leverage. Basically, it's a long range of different things. I'm just as much a bitch boy. I think 2% diplomatic courier service. I pulled that off. I don't know why, but that happens.
I think based on the definition that is still acceptable service. I do, in my perfect world, it would focus on working as a group, but that is still service to the country and nation. So.
I wouldn't accept it because there's no difference between me and could be like a mailman, right? You're just basically a bitch with a paycheck or a paycheck. What I'm talking about service is there's got to be something that's a group based, right? It's me forced to work with a group of my peers in some format. That's why I specifically stated boot camp. It doesn't have to be military. There's foreign service abroad for services to U.S. citizens. I don't serve U.S. citizens. I'm basically I'm a I'm a jackboot. If I come after you, it's me to put my boot on your neck. It's not me serving anything other than the branch of government.
Well, that's necessary. Like, unfortunately,
yeah, it's necessary. It's just I don't think it's good enough for the idea of if you're going to serve people, you have to work with other people.
No. When I say serve, I don't just mean the people. It's serving the nation, right?
Right.
Serving the nation, the group. There would be different levels throughout the minimum would be 2 years. There'd be different things, but you would be assigned a job that benefits the nation, and it allows you to understand your place in society, learn skills, communicate, learn how to work as a group.
See, I would write like maybe the Red Cross or something where they're required to work together with others. So, like, you get doctors that are working with other doctors, other medical staff. There's some type of service together. That's usually not going to be us.
So y'all don't work as teams at all?
If it is the case, it's a very dysfunctional team. Like, there's a reason why I don't cam up. My face, I'm a conservative. If I were to like take a stance, it's pretty much just give my job away. It wouldn't matter whether it would be the DNC or the GOP. Either one of them would come after me at one given time for just basically taking a position. So it's kind of like, it's a very dysfunctional family.
Yeah. Like, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. People talk like the military is dysfunctional. DOS is 10 times worse than the DOD. 10 times worse. Hell, I'm jealous that the DOD operates as well as it does, because we don't.
Well, part of that is intentional, or like a lot of people, because, and I don't get that, and this is why I don't like Republicans. It's not that I don't like conservatives. I don't like Republicans. And like conservatism, I have my beefs with it. But mainly the reason I don't like Republicans is they don't allocate enough funding, enough resources to have our government organizations, whether they be departments or I'm not as versed as I should be talking on this topic. What I will say is they do not allocate enough funding, enough training to have sufficient, adequate bureaucracy. And bureaucracy is necessary, whether it be someone like you who is the jackboot for the bureaucracy, or it's people collecting taxes, or it's people who are helping our lawmakers write laws. The function of the state is necessary. A dysfunctional state is a weak state. Doesn't mean you have to be a totalitarian hellhole.
It could be the case that it's kind of a fantasy desire. Bureaucracy, or at least ours, has so many moving parts. I don't even like it, when it comes down to funding. Like, there's so much crap there that falls through the cracks. I wouldn't know if even a small organization would be able to keep up with all of the moving parts and what it takes to keep them like smoothly operating. I don't even know how the DOD pulls it off. I think they do it well. You talk to military personnel, they're like, this is a bunch of crap. But I compare it to other branches, and I'm like, you guys are doing it better. There's something in there.
It's because it's disciplined and militarized. And I mean militarized by the true sense of the word, not, oh my God, they're using military equipment.
Right.
A militarized structure, which a lot of society, we need a militarized culture. Regimented.
I'll agree with I'll agree with the discipline characterization. I think that fits pretty damn well. So now the question is how do you there's a lot of branches of or executive government, like there's a lot of branches. How do you basically how do you spread that tool over to the other branches? That one I've got no clue. Like, there has to be a lot smarter people than me, because I couldn't give a prescription in there. I don't even understand.
I personally would let the military look at it. I wouldn't let the military handle it, because that would be basically becoming a military junta. But I would let the military look at it and advise on how to regimentate and structure because like, here's my first thing you'd have to do. You'd have to look at all the government departments. And because like the one place you don't want redundancy is bureaucracy. And I'm not talking about the technology you use, because you want hard copies and digital copies. I'm talking about you don't want two departments handling the same thing, right? That's what I mean when I say redundancy. Eliminate as much departmental redundancy as you can. Regimentate it, discipline it, make sure that it adheres to its financial obligations, account for what potential loss. Do what Vivek says, start every budget at 0. And if somebody is caught fucking up, they go to prison or they die, depending on how bad the fuck up was, or if it was intentional or it was spying, they die.
See, this is where I go right back to
That's
boot camp.
pronunciation, by the way.
Yeah, this is where I go right back to boot camp and praise it, is because something. I've never been in the military. I've never been to boot camp, but something is taught within that is highly functional. So there's some type of skill, discipline, whatever these characters are, or whatever these characteristics are, seems to translate very well outside. At least when we're talking about like bureaucracy, for sure. So I mean, shit. I agree. Take those boys, toss them around.
The semantics, and notice, Jay, I'm not saying semetics, right? Because there's no disingenuous here from anybody. You see, so I want to point that out because you're always busting my balls for saying semetics. The semantics here is what. See, that's the thing. When we're talking and we're like all friends, that's where a lot of the argumentation comes from, because we're trying to create the perfect system. What we need to realize is you're not going to have a perfect system. Man is not perfect. You need a pragmatic system.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem. And there is a lot that I agree with you on. There is very few things that I don't. And I'm not going to let those few things dissuade us from working together. You are not my enemy. Now, if you come out and said, "Oh, Jew on a stick, I want to kill every minority, or I want to eliminate white people, or I want to harm white people," I would see you as an enemy. That's why I don't get along with retarded white nationalists anymore. That's why I don't get along with extreme leftist liberals. And I don't enjoy disingenuous people that put profit over humanity. That's why I don't get along with libertarians or capitalists. I don't see you two as the enemy, because we agree on, like, I would say roughly, based on our conversation tonight, at minimum 65%.
Mm-hmm.
At maximum 80, 85. And that is enough to work together to be able to compromise and have a successful society.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can definitely work together. The question is what is the thing that we have contention with each other about? I'm sitting here looking for something to like disagree with you, Orthodox, and I really can't find anything just worthwhile to have a disagreement about. That's a problem for me.
Well, it's because as it stands right now, I'm gonna lay the cards on the table. I am a radical Christian. I don't want to say my political beliefs because I don't mind telling them. Everybody knows, but I have to kind of tone that back. I understand, and when I talk my political beliefs, I'm not talking about autistic people online and like online movements of the modern world.
Right.
I'm talking actual political theory.
Yeah.
So
I've looked at what's his name's website. I got a little idea. I'm okay with it though. I don't particularly care one way or the other.
Well,
what does that mean? Radical Christian. What the hell is the radical part?
If you speak against my faith, I think it's completely okay for me to put hands on you. And when I say speak against my faith, I don't mean saying, "Oh, I disagree." I mean, "Oh, your God doesn't exist. He's a piece of shit," or "Oh, your God's a faggot."
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I'm actually an atheist, but I have a natural hatred toward militant atheists. I have like a real big problem. Militant atheists will piss me off. It's the one time it's the one thing that happened on CT's channel I'm not exactly proud of. One guy started with that, and I had this. It was civil, but I mean, it was not proud of myself for it.
I think a better word is extremist fundamentalist is better.
Real quick, militant atheists are becoming the norm amongst atheists, and they are the scum of the fucking earth. They're the reason why I hate atheists, actually.
Yeah.
I could deal with atheists if they just don't want to believe in God.
They don't even know the fucking science they claim to believe in. Sorry, Jay.
No, you're good. You're good, because I agree with you. They don't know the science, because militant atheists usually are just the people who... Honestly, militant atheists are no different than any religious extremist, when you think about it. Militant atheists are religious extremists, because their religion is atheism, or their religion is evolution. I'm not hating on evolution. I'm not saying I don't believe in it. What I'm saying is their approach is so palpable that they consider atheism as if it's its own religion, an autonomous religion from other religions, and their method of preaching it is no different than someone preaching street epistemology. It's no, and if you don't know what that is, you should look it up. I'm not getting on my soapbox. What I want to do instead is I want to bring up a video. By the way, guys, while you guys were talking, I found a video of an analysis of the debate tonight, so that way we can stay a little bit on topic. Because I love the conversation. Don't get me wrong.
Sorry.
If we veer off,
that's our fault.
No. Listen, bro, this happens in every one of my panels. I don't get mad at it. I don't get mad at it whatsoever. It's okay. I don't get mad at it because I love the conversation. You guys can do it again if you want. I just wanted to bring up a video to get us back on track a little bit.
Right.
If it veers off again, don't feel bad. But I do want to get your guys' take on this video because I watched it. It is the MSNBC analysis of tonight's GOP debate and what their thoughts on it are. And I want you guys, each of you, to give me your honest take and your honest analysis of what you think of their analysis. So we're doing analysis inception of tonight's GOP debate. So I'm going to pull this up real quick, and I want you guys to tell me what you honestly think. So let's dig into it.
Another theme of tonight's
Who's that guy?
An encore from the last debate.
Right, though.
Deep, palpable, withering disgust that candidate Vivek Ramaswamy seems to inspire from his fellow candidates. He makes them say things you can't imagine they've ever said before in their lives. He makes them make facial expressions on the stage that you're quite sure they don't know they're making in public. He really brings out a side of them that makes news, frankly. Here he was with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley in a section of the debate about whether the Chinese-owned app TikTok should be banned. I should just mention this back and forth ended with one of the candidates saying something I have never heard ever in any debate I have ever covered in all of my years on this earth.
I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my daughter out of your voice.
Your adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth.
You're just
the easy
scum.
answer.
What she said there was, "You're just scum." You know, I think if they all just said what they really meant, go to the chase, this could be a lot more clarifying. Wow.
Like, I don't know what you guys understand science as being. As someone who has experience in the STEM field, and who is a Christian, and who loves history as a hobby, religious people in general have contributed more to science than atheists. Always have been the case. Like, I'm not even going to say Christians only, although they were the majority.
EAE was probably coming after me, not you.
Oh. Well, I mean, here's the thing, right?
No, he was coming after me. He was coming after me.
Oh, is that you? Oh, okay.
Well,
it was for me, but it's all in love. Go ahead.
Well, here's the thing. The way we do science, right, comes from Christian monks wanting to be closer with God and understand His creation. That is a fact. The scientific method comes from these teachings from these people. Because we are not God. We do not know. We have to experiment. We have to learn. We are not God.
I'm usually of the position, I don't actually think that religion and science actually have any contention. They're not even in the same lanes of each other. So I don't get what the problem is, but yeah. I can't talk too much shit about EAE.
So some people refuse. Some people, for the sake of being disingenuous, want to claim metaphor in religious parables as fact when they are clearly metaphor.
Yeah, I get it.
Because Adam and Eve. This is why I argue with evangelicals. Adam and Eve were not the first humans. They were not the only humans. Because I was reading Genesis at work the day before yesterday because we had some downtime, and God literally talks about how Adam and Eve's first sons took wives or had children. Like this is why it's why it annoys me. It's like Christians for one, modern American evangelical Christians do not want to look at the Bible and be rational, and retarded atheists who go, if God real, why bad thing happen or why struggle exists, don't want to, because like being a Christian will not hurt you. Serving God will not hurt you. It will actually drastically improve your life, even if you don't believe in it. There is nothing that is commanded by God that is actually bad for a human existence.
So, can you guys react a bit? Because we're gonna go react into this video. I do want to go into this video, but since we did get into a bit of an interesting side tangent, let's not go too far. This is not a religious debate stream, and that in and of itself could be an entire topic by itself. But he brings up the point: atheist doesn't mean anything. No one is an atheist, and everyone is an atheist. So that seems a bit of a philosophical statement. What is your belief in that?
That's more just pseudo philosophical butthole sniffing. It's basically non-Jewish billboard.
Let's not be disrespectful. Yeah, he's a good dude.
No, I'm not being disrespectful. I don't care if you said I don't
give anybody. Let's not be disrespectful.
Right? Even if I'm not being disrespectful, that's how I would have worded it, whether you said it or anyone else said it. Because every time I've come into contact with something like that, that is exactly verbatim. Even when it's people I have in my family, even bitches I was fucking, I've said that to. So it is someone who is either intelligent or trying to appear intelligent, just saying some like meaningless dribble that is supposed to sound deep, but ultimately means nothing.
Yeah. So just to make a comment here so far on the video, first thing is what the fuck is wrong with us that we care who has a TikTok account? Seriously. What is like the political views? Why do we give a shit that somebody has a damn social media account?
Bro, I don't understand why everybody's bitching about TikTok when Facebook and Twitter and all other social media in the US, regardless of platform or who owns it, does the same fucking thing and has done the same thing since before TikTok.
Jay, I hope there's something more to this analyst. Play that. But so far, what we're talking about is, oh, somebody's got a TikTok account. Oh, bad person. We don't care.
I think it's a way
stopped
just
at the behest. Go ahead.
I think it's just a way to kind of drum up any kind of interest for like the 20-something generation that literally does nothing but sit on their phones all day long and scroll through videos and whatever. They otherwise wouldn't interject themselves into politics because it's boring to them. So you stick a hot button issue out there and all of a sudden everybody's paying attention because I can't lose my 70,000 followers on TikTok. I got to vote for this guy.
This is a problem. This is just a depressing problem to even hear.
Mm-hmm. It's the how do I want to word it? The instant gratification that all these people get from a platform like that. Like they'll never sit through a debate like we just did and watch the whole thing, but they'll watch a minute and a half of it on TikTok and so saying like, I'm going to protect your rights on TikTok. I'm your candidate.
Yeah, protect my rights on TikTok.
It sounds ludicrous, doesn't it? But I mean, the average 20-something intelligence level is about there. Like it's ridiculous when you see the followings that some of these kids have when they do dumb shit. Like I just watched a kid on Twitter earlier that thought he'd be a smartass and throw a snake into some guy's old lady's vehicle or whatever while he was filming it for a TikTok. That dude come like Mach 3 from down the road and hit that kid so fucking hard.
Because there's a lack of repercussions for people's actions. And
that's exactly it.
And that's what we need to get back to society. I personally think we should decriminalize dueling. To be honest, I think we should regulate. I think if it's a fist fight, as long as the person isn't beaten beyond repair and permanent damage, it should not be arrestable. Doesn't matter who started it, as long as there's no death. If there's people that have a beef so hard that they want to end each other, there should be a federal or state legislature or organization that if you keep being a bitch, this person challenged you to a duel, go handle your business. You legally have to stop being a bitch and admit that this person is better than you if you don't do the duel.
To be fair, there are two states with laws that allow that, but we derailed again. So bad.
By the way, I forget the point I was going to make, but I'm just going to start the video because I did have something intelligent I was going to say, but I forgot about it. So I'm just going to start the video and let you guys keep rocking out on the analysis.
Never seen that in any debate at any level, and I've covered some weird debates at weird levels. But for all that, the same question hangs over this debate as all the others.
That's
do
a man.
the fights between these five folks
When did Stephen Colbert stop wearing glasses?
Is this a real part of the Republican Party reckoning with who their nominee is going to be for president next year, when, in fact, the former president, Donald Trump, is running 40 plus, in some cases, 50 points ahead of all of them in the polls? Nicole Wallace, I'm going to turn to you first. Because you are, I feel like you are more reserved than usual on this issue. Watching this debate, I feel like you are more contained, less voluble than I usually see you.
Do I have to answer?
You don't have to be truthful.
Okay, so I'm not going to say what I really think, but I'll answer your last question. They don't matter. They don't matter. I mean, this. I said to Ari when I sat down, the most exciting part of these for me is seeing who's there, because I have no idea who's running second to 10th. So like for me, it's exciting to see who's running second, third, fourth, fifth. I had no idea who was going to be there because it doesn't matter to the Republican primary voter, right? Take us out of it. Nikki Haley called the other guy scum. Okay. But the Republican primary voters have weighed in, and they're not into any of these people. They want Trump, and they want Trump by larger numbers than I think anyone has ever been ahead this many weeks before the first primary contest in either party. I don't know that in modern history, anyone has ever been 50, 60, 39 points ahead of the next person at the November mark ahead of the first primary, ever.
Then why aren't any of them going for the jugular when it comes to him? The guy was sitting in a courtroom humiliating himself on Monday. He faces 91 counts. They just lost 3 times. You're right. He's far, far ahead. So for any one of them, their only shot is to go for him, and none of them did.
Because they think they're probably not going to land that shot. And their future in Republican politics is with this polity, with this group of voters that only likes that guy. And if they're seen as being against that guy, then they're toast.
Then why did we waste 20 minutes having this substantive conversation about foreign policy where some of them actually made cogent arguments? And we're all forgetting the fact when it comes to foreign policy, at best, Donald Trump cozies up to Vladimir Putin, writes love letters to Kim Jong-un, and most recently said Hezbollah is really darn smart.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 comments. One, if you could bottle the contempt that Nikki Haley feels.
Before we lose our brain cells with Joy Reid, would any of you like to respond to the middle portion of the ultra-liberal side of tonight's GOP debate? Because whoever Carrot Tops, I don't know who she is, but her analysis of the GOP side of foreign policy, to my opinion, is skewed at best, because it prevents war, it allows for diplomacy, it also allows for trade. That's just my perspective, because we don't have to fight every single country that doesn't agree with us. Well, what does the panel say?
I think in the purposes of trade that honestly we should. This is where I get very libertarian. I think that we should produce enough for our domestic markets to be as autarkic as possible, right? And we should overproduce so that we can sell to literally anyone that has the money to buy. I'm gonna be honest with you. And that includes everything that we make except for things that are like vital to secure we shouldn't sell nukes to terrorist states. We should sell them guns, ammunition. Should sell nukes. But I think that America needs to be an isolationist state and just trades with everyone and expands to the outer reaches of space. That's my honest opinion when it comes to economics and technology. I think that as far as technology goes, wait, am I veering off from the question first off?
I mean, not really. Not really. It's just, how about this? If you want to, taper off from the question, just answer the main point first. I'm just going to replay what she said first, so that way we're all clear on it. Let me replay what she said in real time, and then I want you to answer off that. So let me go back to what Carrot Top said. And Carrot Top is not meant to be too much of an insult. She seems like a pretty attractive middle-aged woman, to be honest. Go ahead.
Best, Donald Trump cozies up to Vladimir Putin, writes love letters to Kim Jong-un, and most recently said Hezbollah is really darn smart.
Yeah. I mean, two comments. One,
that's really what she believes in the GOP foreign policy ideal, is between Russia, China, and the Middle East. So what are your thoughts on... I'm going to phrase the question this way. What are your thoughts on how the GOP foreign policy should operate should someone else outside of Donald Trump take control? By the way, Khan Shannery, thank you so much, bro, for coming through. You're a beloved member. If you don't have a wrench, sir, I will make sure you do. Actually, you already have a wrench, so you're good to go. Khan Shannery, bro, I would love if you hit the panel one day. I know you don't because you don't hit the panel ever. And that's not shade, but, bro, if you ever wanted to, man, listen, you are good to go. Good to come through here. You are beloved. Multiple panels, sir. Thank you for coming through. Go ahead, guys.
I think to expound on what I was saying, because I think the very beginning of what I was saying as far as trade, because trade is a huge part of foreign policy. I think we should be isolationists. I don't think we should go to war unless it is something that is absolutely necessary. We should be prepared for war at all costs and on any battlefield. But we should not just willy-nilly go to war for the sake of securing foreign interests, and that's what every war we fought since the Civil War has been about. There was really no benefit for the U.S. to fight in World War I or World War II. And ever since then, it has been...
No benefit?
No. We would be an economic superpower if we had not fought in either war. In fact, we would have been an economic superpower for longer had we not participated in World War I or World War II.
I'm under the assumption that we became that powerhouse after World War II.
We were on track of becoming that powerhouse because of World War I and World War II, not because of our participation.
Damn. Okay.
Because what made us the economic superpower was rebuilding Europe.
Yeah. Yeah, that was...
Had we not become the world's police, we could have leveraged that into an even bigger economic boom and technological boom. Had the Nazis won, we would be on Mars and have colonies. Had America stayed out of the war and leveraged the rebuilding efforts and the ability to defend itself from Nazi Germany, had they won, we would probably be on other stars by now.
I will say this though, Muslim, had the N-words won, and the different N-words, the ones we're not allowed to use on YouTube. Actually, 2 of them we're not allowed to use on YouTube. But had they won, we'd also have a third less of the population of Earth that we do now. Just keep it in mind.
Oh no, Zuri would be destroyed. Oh no, terrible.
I don't know.
Well, listen, the CT. Oh, hold on. Now, Muslim, as a fellow believer in Christ, that both of us believe in to be fruitful and multiply, we would have a third less of those on earth who would be fruitful and multiply and follow God's command. Let's keep that in mind as well, Muslim guy. Let's be fair about this.
Hold on, wait. Reword that.
Well, had the other N words won, are we allowed to use that word? Are we allowed to use the NZ word on YouTube?
You can say
just
Nazi.
call them just call them.
No, you can say Nazi.
We can say Nazi? Okay. Well, had the Nazis won, I wasn't sure if we could or not. I don't know how sensitive YouTube is. I'm being serious. I'm not trolling. I'm really not.
No, you can use Nazi. It doesn't actually hurt the algorithm.
Well,
unless you start saying, for instance, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
but had the Nazis won, we would probably have a third less of the population of Earth that we do now.
Why?
They would have destroyed this. They would have destroyed all the small hats, right? They would have destroyed at least outside of Africa. They would have eliminated all black people outside of Africa.
Man, you be reading
I
too
let
much,
you
man,
speak.
at a high class.
I let you speak. I let you speak, Muslim guy. I didn't interrupt you once. I let you speak.
All right.
Can I finish? I let you speak.
Yeah,
I did. Okay. They would have eliminated all the small hats. They would have eliminated all black people outside of Africa. They would have. I mean, if you and I were both on drunk history nights, so we know that there was a plan to do so. At least on that show, they would have. They would have. Don't be facetious. They would have. They would. Don't be facetious.
No, I don't believe that.
They probably would have eliminated all Hispanics that were inside of mostly predominantly white countries. They would have, because they wouldn't have seen them in white status, and Asians as well. They would have deleted them as well. Let's not be facetious about this. Like, had the Nazis won,
where is the evidence for those plans?
See, you want to say where's the evidence, right? But we can't say where's the evidence that we would have gone to Mars had they have won the war.
Yeah, we can. The fact they put us on the moon. The fact that they put us on the moon.
No, we can't say they put us on the moon because the Nazis were not in existence when.
Just their scientists we brought over.
So we want to argue semantics. See, Muslim guy, I'm not doing this game with you. I didn't argue semantics with you. Why are you arguing?
I'm not arguing semantics.
I gave you the respect of not arguing that with you. Why can't you?
I'm not arguing semantics. That's a fact, Jay. It was their scientists that led NASA that put us on the moon. The nation state
when they
of
lost
Nazi
the war,
Germany may not exist. Yeah, they may
when
have
they
lost the war.
They lost the war. They were no longer Nazis. They were Americans because we absorbed them. If you and I are going to agree that might makes right, we also have to agree that the winning side absorbs the losing side. That means they were no longer Nazis. They were Americans. You cannot have it both ways.
My brother in Christ, they were still Nazis.
I did not have the argument of semantics with you, and you're having it with me, bro.
It's not an argument.
I love and respect you. I love and respect you, and I didn't do this with you. Why are you doing it with me?
I'm telling you, I'm not being facetious. I'm not arguing semantics. Their belief, their work ethic, their knowledge based on how they lived their life, their political beliefs, their work ethic,
so we're gonna have
their culture is what.
So we want to have a disingenuous argument. Is this how we're going to do it?
I'm not being disingenuous.
But you want to say that because they lost and they held certain beliefs that they as a group did not change. That doesn't work that way, bro. When the winning side of a war wins, they absorb those people whether or not they change their beliefs or not. They absorb those people. They absorb that demographic.
Okay.
We agree upon that. Do we not? We don't agree upon.
We agree on that. We agree on it. But I think that
if we're going to agree on that framework, so now it's irrelevant. That's disingenuous.
That's not disingenuous, Jay. Had the Nazis not existed and produced the society that they did, those people would not have existed. That knowledge would not have existed.
That's not the point, though. You can't. Okay. Well, listen. Even those people did exist, and that knowledge does exist in the world. Who they are then changes. Who they are has to evolve by way of conquest, because might makes right, and the might of the Nazis did not hold out. The might of the Americans did, and they were absorbed by the Americans. Therefore, that knowledge is now American knowledge, because they absorbed them. And might makes right, and you and I both observe that.
You still have to give credit. You still have to give credit for the knowledge for the people who invented it. That doesn't work that way
because it's not their knowledge anymore. It was absorbed.
That doesn't change.
Eliminated.
You don't sit there and say Beethoven. No, you don't sit there and say Beethoven is Chinese because a Chinese guy can play Beethoven.
Okay, I can see what you're saying. But we're saying, but you and I. Okay, but here's the thing. But we're talking about something that was made by someone who's German versus someone who's Nazi. Nazi is a socio-political ideology.
It is a uniquely German
ethnic creation. Okay, it is an ethnic creation. But you're talking about a socio-political ideology versus an ethnic
which is
creation.
an ethnic. Nazism is an ethnic creation of Germans.
Okay, so we're gonna argue semantics now.
No, that's not semantics.
This is what I said beforehand.
Can I help a little bit?
This is what I said beforehand, bro.
Can I help a little bit? So,
go ahead, Josh.
Orthodox, we understand you're talking about rocketry, specifically the technology of rocketry that we took from Germany. Okay.
It's outright practice. I agree with Jay.
Right. But what Jay's talking about is the intention, right? So the question then becomes is, okay, if Germany had won, would they have been basically taking that rocketry technology and trying to go to the moon, or would they be trying to create ballistics to actually attack additional people? That's the difference.
I personally like a pragmatic approach because I've studied history. Given my personal history, I've studied certain groups that we're talking about. I've never seen any evidence or rhetoric that would say that they would attack other people. But I think that just like humans, when there's a new technology, they would use it to create ballistic weapons as well as go to the moon. Because every technology has a military purpose.
Right, correct.
And my point in this wasn't who created what, or to be facetious. My point was America would have been better off economically and technologically.
But Jay is talking about the intentions of what would be. That's where the problem exists, right? Jay is giving a hypothetical of we could have gone this way, could have gone that way. And by his estimation is that if it was the case that the Germans decided that, or the Germans had won, they would have done something completely different than say what we would have done. That's his thing. So unless somebody can basically get a mind reading machine and decide what the intention of the people is, that's the hypothetical. And that's what he's running.
You don't need that though. The Germans admitted they would have annihilated all Semitic peoples. They would have annihilated all of the Slavics. They would have annihilated all gypsies, all homosexuals. They would have annihilated at least most of the African continent, if not all. They would have done so. They would have saved maybe Saharans. They would have spared, but sub-Saharans they would not have spared. I don't even know. What do you mean? They created Lebensraum because of the Slavics.
Okay, first off,
because they treated Slavics no different. They treated Slavics no different than they treated any of the other undesirables in their culture. They did not look at Slavics.
That is outright wrong.
No, they did not. They didn't view Slavics as the same as Aryans.
He literally said Slavics were very beautiful people. We don't even know if Lebensraum was propaganda or if it was a real belief.
Oh, so now Lebensraum is potential propaganda. So now it's potential propaganda.
Okay. Yeah, yes. It's potential propaganda.
And yes, Nina, hold on, I want to answer this. And yes, Nina, I have read material and I have watched documentaries that Africans were part of the SS. And yes, and by the way, and before you hop on this, Muslim, right? I have even watched documentaries that there were black people in Germany, in the country of Germany, who did serve in the German Navy. Yes, I have read that material as well, and I've watched documentaries.
I wasn't gonna hop on it because I don't.
No. At the end of the day, I'm saying because I'm not gonna be ingenuine about the debate. Yes, I've read that there were in fact people who were black who served in the German Navy. They lived in Germany, and they were. Quote, well, I don't know what's the term. Ethnic. They were not. Were they considered ethnic Germans? Like they were born in Germany and they were raised in Germany. Is that considered ethnic?
They were
nationalist German.
National. They were considered national.
They were German nationals. Yeah, they were German nationals, and they served
even by the Nazis. They were considered German nationals under the protection of Germany.
Yes, and yes, also, I'm aware of that. Yes, Nina, I am aware of that. And for those of you who weren't, you should go look it up. Yes, I know we have our preconceived notions, but yes, the Germans did employ black people into their military and into their navy who lived in Germany. And there were German citizens who were able to survive Kristallnacht. They were able to survive the camps.
Well, Kristallnacht was only for communists and Jews and homosexuals.
I know, but a lot of people, but Muslim, I need to preface that because a lot of people don't know that. When they think of Kristallnacht, they think of something completely differently.
Well, and the thing is, like, we don't know if Lebensraum was a actual policy where Germany wanted to annex like so much of Russian flatlands up to the Urals, or if by Lebensraum, because Lebensraum means living space, if they mean taking traditional Germanic land from Poland.
Okay, well, what's considered traditional Germanic land, and what's the metric that they use? Are they using the Holy Roman Empire as? So that's what I'm saying.
They go. Well, you don't go by maps of like national borders. You go by traditional ethnic borders because you have populations at which Germans took the
that's my
majority
point. But Muslim, that's my point. What are traditional ethnic boundaries that they're using? They have to use something as a metric.
Well, northern Poland for sure, because most of northern Poland consisted of old Prussian land, and Prussians are Germanic.
But they took Muslim. Listen, I'm not speaking to you facetiously because you're smarter than this. I know you are. I don't think you're trolling me. I just feel like you're holding a little bit back because you and I both know they took far more than just northern Poland. You know this. I know this.
They occupied eastern Poland. They did not annex Poland.
It by force. They didn't annex anything because they didn't have time to.
That's how you beat a country and make them sue for peace, by occupying their territory.
But they didn't have time to annex the rest of Poland. They didn't have time to annex anything outside of Austria and the Rhineland.
I don't think they.
Come on,
well, they didn't have to.
This, bro. I'm
literally not being I'm not being facetious. From my research, their plan was to create Reichskommissars, which were puppet states for those ethnic peoples that were led by Germany, and to force them into unfair trade deals that benefited Germany. From my honest to God research.
Okay, so this comes from Nina. Okay, she says foreign Waffen SS Albania, Belarus, Belgium, Bohemia, and Moravia, Bulgaria, Croatia, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Hungary, Iceland, India, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Romania, Serbia, Turkic, and Ukraine. So what I'm guessing is that these are the regions that I don't know how it could have been India because the Nazi Empire did not reach as far as India. I don't know how they could.
No. They had supporters that went and joined. Okay, a lot of the blacks in the SS were supporters from their old colonies that were taken from them. I don't think you understand. People from the German Empire adored Hitler, even if they were not German. People who were sympathetic to, even Gandhi was sympathetic to Hitler. There's a lot of misconceptions. Yes, there's correspondence between them.
I have to see this. I've never seen it before. I'm not saying you're lying. I've never seen it. I have to see it to believe it.
Conchanery, a lot of German scientists were not Jewish, nor were their best scientists. That is another one of those myths. I'm not going to say there weren't good scientists that were Jewish German, but we need to stop. I don't give white people credit for everything. I'm not going to give Jews credit for everything. I'm not going to give blacks credit for everything. Like you have people who are from a good society and a good culture that create inventions, and that's pretty much how that works.
So if Gandhi adored Hitler, why did Gandhi write letters to Hitler asking him to cease his aggressiveness in World War II?
Because he was a pacifist.
Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Just because you can adore someone and disagree with what they're doing.
Okay, so it really just doesn't have any meaning then, right? I like X, I like Y. Doesn't really mean anything then.
Well, if I like and respect someone, but I don't appreciate what they're doing, would my first response be to write them and say, "Hey, stop," or would it be to disavow them and talk shit on them?
But the question is what would it matter whether saying I like X person then, or that person over there likes that person? What does it matter then?
In the context of what me and Jay is talking about world leaders and the relationship between individuals, the interpersonal relationship.
Yeah, they have functional relationships. They do.
Well, a lot of the Indian people who were for the Free Indian movement volunteered in Germany either as a pragmatic thing to learn how to fight the British, or as an FU to the British, or because I don't think you know this, but even to this day, there are a lot of National Socialists in India. One of their largest political parties are National Socialists.
Yes.
And
they're almost everywhere. So,
well, that's the point I'm making. Like, there's interpersonal relationships between these peoples, and I'm gonna be honest with you, man. At this point, we've done got lost in the weeds. Like, I didn't even mean to make Jay that mad.
Well, because he was writing a hypothetical. He laid claim that, you know, if Germany, if things
to be fair, I laid a hypothetical, but right,
and
the evidence, the scientific evidence that we have, like as far as rocketry and space exploration goes, rapid increase in technology, I have a little bit of a scientific claim behind my hypothetical.
No disagreement there. The question is like, really, what was the intention, right? If his hypothetical was if World War, or let's see here, if Germany had won, right, would they have kept going?
I don't think so. I don't think they would have. Germany knew that. I don't think so. I don't buy that. I don't, right. And it's not even Jay. It's not that because Jay said it.
Would you accept Hitler's sequel, the Mein Kampf sequel that was basically unpublished? Would you accept that as evidence for his hypothetical having some type of I don't know, having some type of leeway?
If you give me time to research it and let me see for myself if it's real. Sure.
Okay. Look up. Oh crap.
Just put it in the back chat because I'm about to have to bounce. I got to finish my test here.
Right.
And
Got it.
I have to go to sleep for work.
Now, keep in mind, this is unpublished, right? So, like, I mean, it could be something else.
Well, that's the thing. If it's unpublished and there isn't much evidence for it, and because, like, here's the thing. There's a lot of willful misconceptions about World War II and evil Nazis. Like, I'm not saying that they didn't do anything wrong, because every group of people has done some evil shit. I'm just not willing to listen to propagandists who sit around 100 years later saying, "You're a Nazi, you're a Nazi, you're a Nazi." That would be like people bitching. Like, Genghis Khan gets no hate, but yet he is the most absolute evil person to ever exist on this planet.
So there's the title in the back chat right there. That's the sequel. It's definitely his. It was just unpublished. Who knows why?
Well, I have to see if it was
right.
I don't know.
There's an English version of it. I mean, obviously, it eventually did get published, but just by third party. So unless somebody can read German, I mean, obviously, that it is what it is. But it really just you asked for something that would indicate that Germany would have kept going. That would be, if I had to contribute like evidence, I'd just cite that and be done with it. But I also don't make much claim on the concept of intentions, what people are intending to do. I don't have my background's in psychology, and even I don't lay claim to the idea of comprehending what people intend on doing. What's in people's heads are a mystery most of the time. We usually measure based on what people do. And even then we're kind of calculating on that.
I'm back, and I wasn't mad at you, Muslim guy, about the topic we're having. I wasn't mad at you at all, bro. I'm not trying to show any kind of aggression towards you. It's just, for the sake of the discussion, of the argument. That's all. I don't have any ill will towards you one way or the other with the discussion. But I just want to make that clear. Like, no matter how the discussion goes, I'm not going to be mad at you. I have no ill will towards you. Please know that.
Well, I appreciate that because I do consider you a friend. I thought you was getting a little.
Of course, likewise. No. I mean, we have to show that we care about our arguments, though. You have to care about your argument, regardless. That doesn't mean that regardless of the argument and how it goes, I'm not going to keep whatever we happen between the argument, between you and I in the argument. Doesn't mean that I hold that towards you as a person. Please keep that in mind. There is the distinction.
Joshua was because I really didn't understand what you were trying to say because I literally thought you was fucking with me about like some Man in the High Castle shit. I thought you was like legitimately fucking with because I've never come across that stuff. And
no, okay, all right.
Well, hold on, wait.
But we do know. Go ahead.
What Josh Jones posted about quote unquote evidence, I don't mean that to be disrespectful, about Hitler's secret book. The synopsis, the quick synopsis, the fourth stage that he talks about would be world domination, right? And a superpower seeks to dominate the world. Britain did that. America's doing that now. There would have been a top dominant superpower.
Right.
There always is.
But that's what Jay's hypothetical was.
Wait. You don't think that the Nazi Empire? You don't think the Nazi Empire would have been number one? That the Japanese Empire would have served as number two, and then the Italian Empire would have served number three, and that there would have been the hierarchy. The rest of the world falls underneath of them. You don't believe that?
No.
Bro, there would have been three separate empires.
The Nazis would be dominant. Don't get me wrong. They would be dominant.
The Greater Reich. It would be the Japanese Empire and the Italian Empire. Those three would have survived, and then the rest of the world.
And then
would fall
America would have been a
them.
superpower. America would have become a
So you think America would not have been conquered by the Axis?
No.
Had we lost World War II?
No,
bro. Man.
We started industrializing after World War I. Like rapidly
So did Europe. Right. But the claim is that our economy was based off of rebuilding Europe. They now own Europe, right? So but
that was after World War II. That was after the Marshall Plan.
Well, they would still.
We rebuilt Europe after the Marshall Plan under Harry S. Truman.
They would have, if we had approached them diplomatically, they would have purchased material and supply from us to rebuild parts of Europe that were not German, or they would have allowed their public.
But we're talking about post World War II, not post World War One.
I'm talking about
World War One. Not World War II. Rather, had the Nazis won World War II, the United States would have been next on their list.
No, that would have been straight up the Soviets.
Okay, all right. Let's say they won World War II. No, because World War II, if they would have won World War II, it's not just mainland Europe would have been the Soviets. So they wouldn't have been next. That would be them winning World War II. They would have defeated the Soviets.
Well, then World War II would have drug out so much longer.
Yes.
Even if it did,
it would have made any dreams of further expansion impossible.
That was his claim. Was that the population
they would have defeated the Soviets.
Yeah, that's his claim. That was
Germany.
That was the core of Jay's claim, is that the population would have been pretty fucking low.
I mean, had the war drug on, yeah.
But now the question is really just war with who, right? And it would have just basically been everybody at any given time.
They would have capitulated the Allies and then turned to the Comintern and
we
hope. So you're saying that, okay. So you're saying if World War II would have won, the United States would have won regardless, no matter what. And if
America would have remained neutral, America would have never went to war.
Okay.
I mean, truly neutral. I mean, allowed trade with Japan.
So if the Nazis would have won World War II would be won by the United States. What you're saying?
America would not be a part of that war. There would be no war.
But would America end up falling under Axis rule?
No.
Oh yes.
How do you figure?
Oh yes.
How do you figure?
Oh.
Because eventually, Axis rule in Europe and Asia spreads its way to the rest of the world. It doesn't stop at Europe. It doesn't stop at Asia. It doesn't stop at Africa. It doesn't stop at
They would have literally began competing with each other.
It makes its way to the Americas. You're thinking that they're going to decide. You're thinking that allies are going to choose to turn on one another before they turn on a foreign enemy. It makes its way to the Americas.
America would have not been their foreign enemy, Jay. Because I don't know if you know this.
Axis rule, so they would have been.
I don't think you know this, but America was very close to becoming, if not Axis itself, very fascistic, very National Socialist, very close to becoming that. Had Germany won the war, America probably would be a very different country.
I don't know. There's a good, even before World War II, there's a good 100 years that we kind of have a rebellious attitude, like toward everything. We're kind of not so good about the whole subjugation. It's just like basically mainstreamed and kind of become even
I don't think we would have been subjugated. I'm just gonna be honest.
I can't imagine it. I can't imagine us
I'm not saying subjugated because it's not that simple. All right, because we also don't know who would have developed atomic weaponry had the United States.
We were working on these technologies. We were working on these technologies in separate.
But we can't say for a fact that any one nation or any one power, be that the U.S., Germany, Japan, would have developed atomic weaponry by that point. We can't say that as a definitive answer.
I don't
what
think
I'm saying,
they would
though
have.
Is what I'm saying. We can't say that any of them did. We can't say that because war drives technology faster than anything else in the world. My point is that
the U.S. version
the Axis. Go ahead, Josh. Go ahead.
Yeah, the U.S. version of nuclear technology, our investigation of it didn't begin until 1942, well within the start of World War II, right? That way, it was that concept, necessity is the mother of all inventions. We needed something big. That's what we came up with, right? Now, that's not to say that the Germans didn't. They were doing it too. They had their own thing. So the question is the U.S. would most likely have not come up with nuclear technology, and the Germans would have. So now they got the nuclear.
There was a lot of gaps in their technology that in their research. It was on the verge of being canceled because they could not make it work. I think I'm gonna be honest with you, and you may laugh at me for saying this. I think we would be going the route of tsunami bombs and giant microwave dishes because Japan was having better success with that.
No, now we're being selective on capability. Either the Germans are highly innovative, and that's a benefit to us, and then all of a sudden on one thing they're just dumbasses. Come on, it's a little unfair.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay, so the question of them dropping it would have just been again based off of
it would have been a matter of time.
Sure.
Yeah, if they capitured the Allies and America did not enter the war, the necessity for the bomb goes away.
Take it backwards to his claim. Would we have come up with nuclear technology? We would have had nothing to even fight back with, which is actually
someone showing me how to do polls.
Dude, we had better technology. We had better infantry equipment and on par planes with the Germans going into World War II. The only thing that they had truly had better than us was rocketry and tanks. And even then, their fucking transmissions suck.
And jet fighters.
They didn't have those until
they dragged us in. They literally dragged us into technological capability. We had to advance.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, the difference is we didn't have anybody to fight with on our own soil. Everybody else, they're fighting on their soil. We're left alone. So our factories.
You don't have to go to war. The threat of war in general, yeah, it's the mother of all invention. The threat of war will drive invention.
Right. So then we go right back to the concept of what would have stopped the Germans from wanting world domination. What would have possibly stopped
nothing? Nothing stopped the Soviets. Nothing stopped the Americans. What would have stopped them from doing it was the ability to do so.
Yeah, his entire hypothetical revolves around if Germany had won.
And my entire counter argument is if Germany had won, the war would have dragged out longer than it would have, and their desire for world domination may have been there. All superpowers desire to control and dominate the world, but their ability, due to a lack of population, it would have been nigh impossible, and they would have recognized that, and they would have not have risked the integrity of their nation state, because I'm gonna tell you, once World War II ended, it would have went the same fucking way the Soviets and America did, except for it would have been a four-way Cold War between the U.S., Italy, Japan, and
No
Germany.
disagreement so far. Now take it one step back. At the end of however long that World War II would have taken place had Germany won, what would have been the global population? This is his claim right here. Who would have been left alive? How many people?
That depends on where the fighting would be. Because once you capitulate France and you capitulate Britain, most of the fighting would be between the Soviet Union and Germany. And honestly, that would probably devolve into a stalemate where it has a North Korea style fucking ceasefire.
They turned on Russia. What would have stopped? Or then the Soviet Union? What would have stopped them from turning on Japan? What would have stopped them from what?
Wait. Hold on now. That is not a fair. Like there was going to be a issue with between Germany and Russia, regardless of anything else.
Just like there's always going to be a conflict.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there wouldn't have always been a conflict. For one, Germany could not have won World War II. Let's just say that right there.
Yeah, but that's not. He's talking about literally the population globally had Germany won.
Man, Drill, hop on panel, bro. I would love to hear your take. I would love to hear
I don't know. There's so many variables. Like
you asked for the evidence. That's where we're at right here. The logical.
I didn't ask for the evidence of the population. It'd be impossible to tell me the evidence of the population. I asked for the evidence that they would have exterminated people. There's a difference between motherfuckers dying in conflict and being exterminated.
Oh, okay. If they're already exterminating people, and not just the Jews, what would have stopped them from exterminating other people? If they're already doing the thing that you're asking about.
Now we're gonna have to have that argument. I don't think Jay wants that on his channel. Okay, I'm not gonna do that to him.
I mean, I don't know how the algorithm handles extermination.
We've said too much on it. We've said too much on it.
Okay, because I mean, I know we can go into this topic, and I don't mind it, but I don't know if YouTube allows. I don't even know if YouTube's going to strike my channel for this to have an extermination debate, because it happened in history and it's fair to talk about. But I mean, YouTube is finicky. But let's pivot a bit so we can stay on World War II since we are talking about this. EAE does bring up a good point. He asks, would Germany have won if US didn't join? I'm not really a history buff, so this is a genuine question from ignorance.
I don't think so.
Define win.
Yeah, I don't think so, specifically because of Russia.
Win meaning that they caused their adversaries to capitulate.
They would have capitulated France and retaken the French control of their German colonies. They would have you would probably see nationalist China win the Chinese Civil War. They probably would have had America never been an issue. I don't honestly. The Soviet Union and Russia may be World War III later down, but there would have been a massive buildup. And Britain probably would have white peaced or cessated fighting once they. I don't think Germany would have been able to take back their colonies from Britain in Africa. I think they may have gotten some concessions, either in trade deals or maybe a few of the less wealthy parts of their colonies. Maybe they may have gotten South Africa or the German part of South Africa. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm fairly convinced Soviet Union would have dominated their ass, and that's just because they did. It would have taken longer, but I'm pretty.
Mandrill, I apologize, bro. I did not realize you were in the back. I was in the middle of discussion. Apologies, bro.
Germany beat the shit out of the Soviet Union.
Hold on.
It was only due to American equipment that they were able.
So then what happened? What happened once once Stalingrad? What happened? Why did it turn around?
Because of American equipment.
Because the Nazis poured too many resources in Stalingrad once the Russian winter hit. They poured, just like in Bakhmut. We saw the modern day Stalingrad in Bakhmut. They poured too many resources into one city. Once the winter hit, once they realized that those troops had enough resources behind them, and the winter and the weather turned, the tide turned along with it. That's exactly what happened. Then and now, we've seen the modern day equivalent.
Well, ultimately, what killed Germany was their logistics. When you look at their logistics, it was god awful. And when you look at it, you're like, how the hell did they think this was going to stand up over time? And it didn't. Like, once you got so many different weapon systems that use so many different types of ammo, shit was going to get expensive real quick, and it did. And that hindered them. I think people don't talk about that enough.
That's why they wouldn't have won the war. You're right.
Yeah. People don't talk about that enough, but that is really what killed them. Like,
that's why Japan would have won the war.
God, it was like, God damn, dude. When you really look at it, it's like, God damn, dude. There's no way that they stood no chance. With the logistics with their logistics alone, it's like, nah, you weren't gonna
look at the Japanese logistics. That gets even worse. Because like for every tonnage that Germany had and was able to like export from its or import from its allies to give them like ways to fund their war machine, Japan lost out on tonnage that could be shared, that could be supplies could be shipped, could be built in their harbors. Like the Japanese, like the Axis, they were never going to win.
No,
it is an impossibility.
Their logistics alone, they were out of here. There was just mathematically no way that could last for any amount of time, really. Like, it's incredible that they survived as long as they did. To be honest, that's actually a feat to like say, okay, that's not for so long, but goddamn, dude.
Might makes right, but there's a time. What people don't understand about might makes right is it's not just a ham-fisted, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I'm always right. It's damn, that motherfucker hits hard. Let me respect him. I still won, but let me do something so I never have to do that again. That's one of the aspects of might makes right that people don't understand. It's a testament that a country the size of Texas was able to hold out with shitty logistics, was able to hold out against the entirety of the planet. And that speaks testament to national socialism.
So, Mandrell, before you came up, we were discussing the real analysis.
I really want to stay and GOP. Talk to Mandrell because he's cool, but unfortunately, guys, I have to go. It was a real treat.
I know you got to work in the morning.
Oh damn.
Yeah, I also have to finish my defensive driving course. I've been putting it off. I'm not in trouble. I just want cheaper insurance. I actually can drive very good, but they're like, hey, this will knock $100 off your insurance rate. And I'm like, you know what? Bet. And it's a free class. So, but much love to everybody. I appreciate the talk, Mandrell. I really fucking wish I could talk to you because I enjoy your company. I enjoy talking to you. We got
not a problem. Yeah.
We got to when like this weekend or something. We have to talk about this subject. I want to know your opinion on it.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, we can get together and have that conversation, man. I mean, I like talking about shit like this. I do.
Yeah. It'd be pretty basic. Good night, everybody. Y'all have a good one.
All right, man. Later.
Call me tomorrow, bro. I'll see you. Peace. Excuse me. Before we go any further, we were talking about the MSNBC's analysis of the GOP debate that the third GOP debate tonight, and everyone got hung up because we decided to go back and see what Miss Black Man's Kryptonite over here was saying in her point. So we're gonna go back and let her finish what she was saying, so we can finish out the rest of the video, and that way we can give our full opinion on their analysis.
At best, Donald Trump cozies up to Vladimir Putin, writes love letters to Kim Jong-un, and most recently said Hezbollah is really darn smart.
Yeah, I mean, two comments. One, if you could bottle the contempt that Nikki Haley feels for Vivek Ramaswamy, I feel like you could power a small town with the hate. She hates that guy.
She hates him.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's you can feel it through the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I would say. And I think they all don't like him, but she really don't like him.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was it pretty much. Mandrell, did you happen to see any of the third GOP debate tonight whatsoever?
No.
I will. You know what? I'll back up just enough. I'll back up to this point because we're gonna see this dude talk about the GOP one more time. We're not gonna go through
Ramaswamy turned out to be something that I think his appearance on the Breakfast Club gave him a boost. But
it
when
did.
people started looking into him, they're like, "Oh, this is what this guy's all about." Never mind.
Kaleidoscope, thank you so much for coming through, sweetheart. I appreciate you being here. You've missed most of the stream and actually all of the debate, but thank you so much for coming to the after party of the debate. I really do enjoy you being here. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Mandrell.
Yeah, Ramaswamy got himself into some trouble. He's not going to win. He can't. He's already lost the black vote, so that's it.
But but if he doesn't get the black vote, yeah, but Tim Scott's not getting it, so that means Trump's getting it. Tim Scott is not getting the black vote.
I don't understand.
Tim Scott is not getting it.
Right. I don't understand how Trump gets the vote from anyone when he's currently under indictment. I don't get that.
Yeah, but Trump is. They even admitted here, and this dude right here is going to admit to Trump getting the winning in the polls 40 to 50% higher than the rest of the GOP candidates.
Yeah, it's crazy as that sounds. I mean, to me, it's crazy. I'm like, the guy's under indictment. For me, he's got to clear that up first. What if the trial drags on until he's elected president? Then he's found guilty.
Then he would pardon himself. He would pardon himself.
Exactly. He could pardon himself. Like okay, it's like, okay, what are we doing here?
To be fair,
what do you mean? Americans don't care about that. Mandrell, you and I both know, and I apologize for cutting you off. Please go ahead. Finish your point. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your point. Go ahead.
It's okay. Like my point was almost done. It's like I don't understand. I understand what you're saying. Americans don't care about that, but we should. And the fact that we don't is a part of the problem. If he's under indictment, he's found guilty. Okay, that guy committed a crime. Everyone else who commits a crime goes to jail, but you're okay with him letting himself off the hook by pardoning him, giving himself a pardon? What messed up, bizarre world did we live in? You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
I'm like, so
Biden's kind of pulling that right now with the Justice Department, though.
Is that a rhetorical question, or is that an actual question, Mandrell?
It was rhetorical.
Okay, because if it's not rhetorical, I'll give you a real answer. Okay.
Well, let's say that too. If you got a real answer, it's just, I mean,
okay. So if you want to hear the real answer, the kind of world we live in is the same world where our adversaries' leaders are Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un, where they don't care about technicalities or about their laws. They will pardon themselves. In fact, they won't even charge themselves or give themselves the opportunities to be charged to do what needs to be done for a nation state to move forward and become more powerful. You see, part of the problem is that the United States, while we have the checks and balances that we all know and love, and we all support and we all fight for, our adversaries don't have that. That's why you have 20-year leaders 20 and 30-year leaders like Vladimir Putin, like Xi Jinping, like Kim Jong-un, who they're in power in their respective nation states for 20 to 30 years. They're able to establish their regimes. They're able to become nuclear, or either become or maintain a nuclear power ship, and then they're able to expand that power through economic or military means, which is exactly what they're doing now. By the way, guys, shout out to the porch session. Show him some love. Go out to the porch session. That's Uncle Tom, or it's Kai, one or the other. Show them some love. Give them a like, a share, a subscribe. By the way, if you guys are there, if either one of you are there, either it be Uncle Tom or it be Kai. By the way, hit the panel. We're talking about some geopolitics. Please come up if you can. Would love to have you up here. But my point is, Mandrell, is that they're able to maintain their way of politics or maintain their way of power over an extended period of time. Right? They're able to do that. We can't do that. The United States is not able to do that. They're not able to maintain that because every 4 years, we change the way we politically operate. We do. They don't. That's my point. That's why it's different. Go ahead, Mandrell.
And but North Korea, I'll say this: that whole Manchurian Candidate Truman Show thing that they got going over there is absolutely incredible. That's why they don't change. They're all brainwashed. A whole country full of people who are absolutely brainwashed.
But they maintain power. But they maintain power.
Because the country,
and over time, that matters.
Mandrell,
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Mandrell, but when you have several generations that you can maintain power over, every generation you maintain power over, your power increases exponentially. The United States does not benefit from that. Unless we have generations who choose to stick to a particular type of mindset, set of policies, or a philosophy that a politician holds, we don't get that benefit. And it's very rare that you see that. Maybe in the mid 20th century, we benefited from that because America First was, also the United States was highly homogenistic. It was mostly white, so therefore that type of mindset was beneficial to the United States. We don't benefit from that anymore. They still benefit from that style of thinking. We don't. Russia does. China does. North Korea does. Iran does. They benefit from that. We don't. And that's a fact of life. But go ahead though.
Fair enough. It's just this whole thing with those rules in those third world countries is, I don't know. What are we talking about? The debates here? Yeah, I was about to say Trump for some reason he's leading the polls, and it's a sad testament. Like Biden being in office was not a pro-Biden election. That was not a pro-Biden vote. You know, nobody actually wanted Biden to be president. They just wanted Trump out. It was an anti-Trump vote. You know what I mean? However, I think the fascinating part is when you ask people, you don't tell them whose policies it is, but you have them on the printout. Do you agree with this policy? Do you agree with this policy? You agree with that policy? They're like, yeah, I agree with all that. You do know that all these are Trump's policies. Like people would agree with the policies that his administration put forth. They agree with most of them, I'll say. But then it was him, the person, that they didn't like. And a lot of the things that he would say, and he used like gaslighting language and whistleblower language and gaslighting language to people who are racist and anti-Semitic. That's what the public saw. That's what the public perceived of the language he was using. So that's why they voted him out. But my thing is this. Okay, you voted him out. Why do you want him back in? Plus, he's under indictment now.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
The hell? Plus, you voted him out. No, so why do you want him back in? Plus, now the guy is under indictment. So he's looking to give himself better treatment that he would never give you, which is to pardon himself. Those documents have been declassified. No, they haven't. Yes, they have. I declassified them. No, there's a procedure where they go through this, man. This is illegal, and they let him off the hook with it.
Go ahead, Josh.
They let him off the hook with that, but then he gets caught up with some other nonsense. It's like you can't just do it. I think people like Trump are running off high school civics lessons, and they think that that's what the office of the presidency is all about. No, the president is not the foremost power in the country. It is not. It's more so a figurehead these days, and it has been for decades. I said for the past 80 to 90 years, if not 100, it's been just a figurehead position. Dating back as far as I know for a fact, and for as I know to be true for a fact, the late 1940s. Right. Like that's as far as I've been able to, with my personal knowledge and a personal experience in government. You know, the earliest I saw was in the late 1940s. That's when it.
So your belief is that Harry S. Truman was basically a puppet of the U.S. government.
Yes, basically, man.
Okay.
Basically, okay. My thing is, what made me think it started with Eisenhower, but I don't think nowadays. Of course, I don't think it started. I thought it started long. I think it started long before him. Eisenhower tried to warn us. Several presidents have tried to warn us too. Like Eisenhower, his famous quote was, "Beware the military-industrial complex." He wasn't anti-military. The guy was a 5-star general. You know what I'm saying? He was president. He won president how many times?
And he was supreme commander of all Allied forces. All Allied forces.
So he was not anti-military. But listen to that warning, though. Beware the military-industrial complex. He realized that he's not the one actually in power. Not really. There's some things the president can't know and can't see. There's some things the CIA director can't know and can't see.
Atticus, you've been very quiet, and I saw you unmute. Do you want to contribute, sir?
I was just gonna add. He brought up a good point about the brainwashing. I kind of feel honestly in this country that we're starting to follow that model. Like they're brainwashing the hell out. We have half the country can't even tell you what a woman is right now, and they refer to what is the final like 81 million votes or whatever for Trump, and they refer to those people as a cult. Like, how do you have a cult full of 81 million people? Like, just the rhetoric that they use is it seems like the same style tactics, like with the brainwashing. Like, if you can get the people to believe it, then you can get them to believe anything, and then they push it a little further and a little further.
Yep, as far as they can, and it's subtle. It's very, very subtle.
Very subtle.
Like, look at, I mean, they already got us. They got us with social media.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Kids don't watch TV these days. Adults are watching TV. It's Gen X and older. It's not.
Yep.
It's not the millennials halfway watch TV, but younger than the millennial generation, they're all on their phones.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the millennials
Boomers
are
love
the
TV.
last best. Right. I think the millennials are the last bastion of television watchers.
Yeah.
Once the millennials age out, TV's done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's mostly because of sports. I'm telling you, personal experience, the only reason I watch TV is sports, and that's it. Because I can get all of my political and news fix from the internet or live streams, one or the other. That's how I was able to stream tonight's stream, was through the internet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane. It's insane. But Atticus, the whole thing, and the thing is, people don't understand, and I've said this on several streams, but I think it falls more so on deaf ears. I tell people, I said, listen, some of you asked me about my experience in the military, because my experience in special operations. None of you are asking the right questions. It's all surface level stuff. You're not asking. I said, you would be absolutely amazed and astonished at how much of your life is actually engineered.
Mm-hmm.
You would be outdone. Because even to me, to this day, it's incredible how much of our lives are actually. Wait, that was done on purpose? It's incredible that they've actually mastered the human psyche. Our government has.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why I always recommend that everyone should have service time as well, because then you get outside of the country and have to experience other cultures, and then it really opens your eyes to how bad it really is here. It's just shoved down your throat on a daily basis. Stare at your screen, stare at your phone. Don't look up. Whatever you do, do not look up.
But most people are okay with being pampered prisoners. If they could choose between knowing the truth and living in hardship, or being a sheep and living in comfort, they would choose sheephood. Let's keep it real.
Yeah,
they would.
100%.
And how do I know this? Look up north. Look at Canada. They know that they're in soft imprisonment. They don't care because they're comfortable. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing to push back on here. People look at YouTube. The sector. Look at the sector of YouTube where, all these marriage and relationship debates at, right? We call it Black YouTube. But when I listen to people, I said, this is why I'm not in that conversation anymore.
That's also the most entertaining part of YouTube. Let's be fair. It's also the most entertaining part.
Fair enough. It is. And the thing is, that's what it's all about, entertainment. No one's there to learn. Like, the people will know that they're ignorant. But the worst part about it is they're okay with being that way. They don't want to be better.
As long as they get a laugh. Like,
right.
The black man is naturally an entertainer. By trade, he's an entertainer. And then you throw something like a panel into it where everybody can play off of each other. And it just, sometimes it's amazing. And other times, most times, it's just pure chaos, honestly.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
like, that's what when people meet me, like black people in particular, they're like,
"Be right back."
Where are you from? They're like, "Where are you from?" And I tell them where I'm from. They're like, "No, there's no way." I'm like, yeah. I'm like, yeah. But I tell them I'm from Alabama. They're like, "There's no way." I'm like, yeah, born and raised, and it's just people are okay with being ignorant. They're okay with not knowing. They don't. It's like you guys said. They don't want to know. They don't want to know. It's like that whole thing with the Matrix. I think they should change the red pill and blue pill to that.
Yeah.
You know, like the Matrix was a beautiful metaphor when it came to that part. The first Matrix was. Second, third, and fourth one, I have no fucking clue what they were doing with that.
Selling tickets.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Selling tickets, 2-word answer. Perfect. Selling tickets. That's what they were doing. Because no, but that first one, beautiful metaphor. Red pill, blue pill. And yeah, people don't want to take the red pill.
It's strange to me that in the last couple of years, like even in on the Black YouTube side, like now they're starting to, like, certain areas can get away with whatever the hell they want. They can say whatever the hell they want. But if you're more conservative leaning, like you're facing the same consequences of like catching bans or getting hit with banned words that normally fly when you're on certain channels, but they don't fly when you're around conservative leaning people. They got the finger right on the button, just waiting for you to say the right thing so they can, oh, there goes your stream.
Guys, I want to have us go over this this video one more time before we drop it, because it's part of the it's fine because Mandrell wasn't here for it. A couple of you were. I just want to I want us to go over this analysis one more time before we go. By the way, Mandrell, before I started, did you catch any of the GOP round 3 debate tonight?
No, I didn't.
None?
I didn't.
Was it even relevant to you?
It wasn't. No one has any. GOP or Democrat, it doesn't matter to me. No one has anyone worth running. I'm going to vote third party again this year. I mean, next year. I'm going to vote third party again.
Okay, at least you're going to vote. At least you're going to vote.
Yeah, that's
right now.
At least I'm going to vote. Yeah.
But because believe me, when I hear the people who say it doesn't matter, so I'm not going to vote, I think that's, and I'm probably going to nuke my channel for this. I think that's faggot shit. If you're not going to vote,
it is.
To me, it's faggot shit in my opinion. Because if you're not going to do that, then don't bitch when things go bad.
Don't complain. Exactly. I agree wholeheartedly, 100%. Yeah. And I was born and raised in Montgomery, Alabama. This was the battle. It was the battleground of the civil rights movement. And a lot of things happened in Montgomery, Alabama during that time that put fast forward on the civil rights, on us getting civil rights that not in your history books, but the history's all over in the city. You know what I mean? But so for me, too much blood has been spilled over my right to vote for me to just not do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Too many people went through too much for me to have that right. So for me, it's out of respect. Even if I don't believe in any of the candidates, I can throw my vote to the third party again. Well, you just threw your vote away. I voted. And that was the point. I can't vote for candidates I don't believe in.
You performed your civic duty.
Exactly.
And most people don't look at it that way. They see red team, blue team. Who are you voting for? And that's
right.
It.
It's a football team. They treat it like sports.
And I love sports. I participated in sports as a child. So I can't say I think sports is part of American culture. Personally, I think sports is American culture, which is why I don't shit on it because I love it. At the same time, I think people they cartoonify sports and apply it to politics, which I think is bullshit, in my opinion. But that's I don't know, man. I think American culture has become too superficial for it to be effective.
Mm-hmm.
Very much so.
Yeah. Let's watch through this video one more time before we go on.
Debate back for an encore from the last debate was just the deep, palpable, withering disgust that candidate Vivek Ramaswamy seems to inspire from his fellow candidates. He makes them say things you can't imagine they've ever said before in their lives. He makes them make facial expressions on the stage that you're quite sure they don't know they're making in public. He really brings out a side of them that makes news, frankly. Here he was with former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. Heard ever in any debate I have ever covered in all of my years on this earth.
I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which was about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
Before
daughter
preaching
out
to
of your
anybody else's
voice.
adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine. Here's the truth.
You're just
the easy
scum.
answer.
What she said there was, you're just scum. You know, I think if they all just said what they really meant, if they cut to the chase, this could be a lot more clarifying. Wow, never seen that in any debate at any level. And I've covered some weird debates at weird levels. But for all that, the same question hangs over this debate as all the others. Do the fights between these five folks matter? Is this a real part of the Republican Party reckoning with who their nominee is going to be for president next year, when in fact the former president, Donald Trump, is running 40 plus, in some cases 50 points ahead of all of them in the polls?
Before you guys answer that, I want you to answer this question. How do I put a poll up on your YouTube channel? I'm not used to this, by the way. I'm looking at my channel.
I need to learn how to do that myself.
I don't know how to put a poll up on here. I want to put a poll up, but I feel like those who are less versed in tech know how to do this. I don't know how to do this, by the way. Maybe I didn't get those privileges. But would you like to answer this gentleman's question though that they asked?
What do you ask?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna backtrack. Before I do, since Atticus is back on camera, Mandrell. Oh, there you go. Never mind. I don't have to ask. Thank you, Mandrell. You're the GOAT. I'm gonna go back Actually, I'm gonna go back quite a bit. Actually, I'm gonna go back like 30 seconds. And bam, here we go.
Scum. You know, I think if they all just said what they really meant, if they cut to the chase, this could be a lot more clarifying. Wow, never seen that in any debate at any level. And I've covered some weird debates at weird levels. But for all that, the same question hangs over this debate as all the others. Do the fights between these five folks matter? Is this a real part of the Republican Party reckoning with who their nominee is going to be for president next year, when in fact the former president, Donald Trump, is running 40 plus, in some cases 50 points ahead of all of them in the polls?
That's the question. Does this debate matter?
No.
Because Donald Trump has an let's be real, 40 points is overwhelming. 50 points is even more overwhelming. Do these debates matter? Mandrell, you're first.
The debates do matter. At least people have options other than Donald Trump. But the fighting does not. It serves no real purpose. You know what I mean? Like the guy calls out he uses the other candidate's daughter. Mm-hmm. I mean, what does that to do? No. You know, you're crossing lines. And I think they're trying to be like Donald Trump or Donald Trump-esque. You know what I mean? By being outrageous, saying something offensive, just to galvanize the crowd or something like that. That serves no purpose. But the debates themselves, people at least need other options other than Donald Trump. As a man who's under indictment, I can't see myself voting for him. I can't do it. But neither side, GOP or the Democrats, have anyone worthwhile running. So,
Atticus, your thoughts?
The first thing I'd like to point out is like there is opportunities to get personal, but the way that conservatives get personal is so fucking pussy. Like you're gonna point out that her daughter has a TikTok when our current president had a fucking son with a laptop full of things that I can't even discuss on YouTube. Like we're supposed to be like the pro-gun and pro-America party and whatever, and like all we ever get put up on the dock is fucking pushovers. And it's kind of pathetic. Like that was the best that he had. Like if she's got a TikTok, she's probably got a damn OnlyFans too. Oh, I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Sorry. But like point that out. Like the TikTok is the worst that you had. Like that's as much as your team found on them, and you're bringing that to the panel and you're going to toss it in her face. And then for her to respond with you're scum. Like that's, if somebody did that to my kid, like it's on site. Like there ain't no name calling or any of that shit. I'm coming right across my podium right there. That'll probably earn me a couple thousand votes just for smacking you in the mouth. And
go ahead.
The male host here, they keep talking about all this hate, but I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, if it's not at least this segment, every single one of them brings Trump up, other than where he's sitting in the polls, because they're still suffering from the same TDS they had before his ass even got voted in the first time. Like that's their hot topic. That MSNBC would be nothing without talking shit about Donald Trump on a daily basis. Like, the guy's been out of office, he's under indictment, like, and they still just keep pushing Trump this, Trump that. Like, I'm just tired of hearing his damn name on it, honestly. Like, when it comes down to it, like, they're always trying to dig something out, or like, here's the next big thing, and then the next day it gets thrown out in court.
Real quick, Cyber, I see the same overlay you used earlier. Is that you? Can you give me some kind of indication that it's you, Cyber? I just want to make sure. Cyber, give me anything. I believe it's you. I mean, you switched. Okay, I mean, that's probably him, because he switched back to a similar overlay. Yes, sir. It's me. Okay, I'll bring you up, Cyber. Hopefully you don't porn bomb me. Cyber, is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay, it is.
I wanted to share with you how to do the poll.
How do I do the poll? I don't know that. I don't know it. Can I do it via mobile, by the way?
I don't know about that. There is in YouTube controls.
Yeah.
There's a plus sign next to the emojis. Do you see that?
Are you saying if I go on, what do you mean? Like what, YouTube Studio? Is that what you're talking about? Okay, everything just went dark for a second. What the fuck just happened, bro? Everything knocked out. Is everyone here?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, for some reason, I don't know what happened on my screen. Everything went blank, and it went to just the background. I don't know what happened. All right, YouTube controls. You mean what, YouTube Studio? What do you mean, just like if I'm looking at the video right now? Because I have the video. I have this stream up right now on my other channel. That's why.
If you go
hold on. Someone else jumped up. I don't know. Oh shit. Muslim, what's up, bro? You gotta go to bed, bro. You gotta work tomorrow. You gotta work at 8 a.m.
I made a 92.
Nice.
You have to go to work at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Bro, we talk personally. You need to go to bed. You should have been to bed.
Meth, so I'll be good.
Wow.
Muslim, bro, if you lose this fucking job, I swear, bro, don't.
I ain't losing the job. I will literally smoke meth if I'm that tired.
Don't lose this job, bro. Don't come to me and be like, bro, I lost the job. I'm be like, bro.
Damn, you going?
No. Because if you get A1 support, don't get mad if all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoa, my job. I'm like, bro, you got A1 support. Don't get mad. So like,
oh no, I don't just be out here losing jobs like that.
Okay, all right, don't lose a job, bro. Okay, go ahead though.
But no, I'm happy. I passed my test.
Okay.
By the way, I don't have to go to work tomorrow. Got a text message. Did all that for nothing.
You're trolling.
Yeah, no, I'm being dead ass. I got a text message at 8 o'clock, and I turned my phone off at 8. The sound off. That's why I don't pick up a lot when you call it.
You don't have to go to work tomorrow?
Nope.
Okay.
They
Cyber.
Site shut down.
Cyber. Continue your point.
Okay, so you go to the StreamYard, where it's up in the top right corner where it says view on YouTube.
StreamYard? What you mean, my icon?
In your StreamYard studio, up in the top right corner, where it shows the YouTube icon, it says view on YouTube.
Well, I see 2 views on. Oh, hold on. I see 2 views on YouTube. I see my icon with the checkbox, and then I see an A.
That one.
Which I'm going to assume is I'm going to assume the A with the Nightbot symbol is actually Atticus's channel that has a checkbox. I don't know how that happened.
Right.
I'm going to assume it is. That means he's double simulcasting. By the way, Atticus, thank you for simulcasting, bro. Tell your followers to follow me. Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah,
the one with your icon that's overlaid with the YouTube emblem.
Okay, so I
click on that.
Hit view on YouTube.
View on YouTube, and then next to the emojis down by the chat bar, you'll see a plus sign.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Where it says engage with your audience. You hit the plus sign, and it'll say start a Q&A or start a poll.
Nice.
By the chat bar, I don't see. Is this once I'm on the YouTube channel?
Huh?
Once I'm on the YouTube channel, right?
Yeah, when you're on your own page, right at the bottom, there's like your emoji thing, and then when you're live, there's a little plus sign.
I can show you on mine right now. You share this screen, it'll show you.
Yeah, I would love if you did, because I am just I guess I'm not seeing what you're seeing right now.
I'm gonna go put my passage certificate for my defensive driving course on the fridge.
And yes, sir, you do that. All right, Savage. Excuse me, not Savage. Cyber. I'm adding what you have on the StreamYard. Show me what you got, sir.
Can you see my arrow?
Yes.
I am gonna go to bed. I am tired.
All right, right here.
Good night, Muslim. Salute, sir. Enjoy your day off tomorrow. Be ready for next week.
I have to work. It's a day off, but I have to work from home at like 12.
You deserve it, because I didn't get to fucking work from home. I had to go in for my training, sir. So enjoy it.
Hey, bro, I have to travel out of state for my training. I have to go in Yankee land.
You don't know that yet. You don't know that yet. You don't know that yet. You don't know that yet.
As slow as stuff is going. All right, good night, y'all. Y'all have a blessed day.
Night, bro. Keep me informed.
Oh, by the way,
go ahead, Simon.
all views expressed on this show are for facetious fun time activity. It's all jokes and fun. They are not the actual views of Jay or even Orthodox guy.
They are not. No, they're not. I am not an ultra racist, and I love all people. I mean that, by the way. I do. I'm not an ultra racist at all. I'm not.
All right.
I'm not.
Bye.
See you, Orthodox. See you, Muslim. Be safe. And if you don't believe me, I can bring my girl over here. Hey, am I ultra racist? I mean, I'm not going to ask you to come on camera, even though you coming on camera would help. But would you like to at least let them hear your voice so you can... No? You don't feel like it? Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. All right, never mind. She doesn't want to do that. Okay, let's keep going.
You got you a black one, huh?
I didn't say that. Let's continue.
Yeah, but I know. I know a sister want to hear one.
Anyway, Cyber, what you got for us, bro?
No, actually, Jay, I'm actually quite proud of you. Good job, man. Welcome, Jay. Welcome to the family.
Fuck over.
Yeah, you're getting no hate.
Cyber, what you got, bro?
Man. Welcome to the family.
So what you do is you click on the YouTube. You click on your icon that has the YouTube emblem overlay, right, where it says "View on YouTube."
Yeah,
that's what I have pulled up right now. I started a stream on my channel, and you see this here, this plus sign. You'll see that.
Okay.
Right here.
The plus sign, and I'm looking too, and that's right beneath the chat bar, right?
Yep.
Right beneath the chat bar. Okay, I'm looking at my chat bar. I don't see a plus sign. I'm being legitimate. I don't see a plus sign. I see an emoji sign. That's it.
Really?
I'm dead serious. I'll share my screen right now. Like where you're pointing at is not where I have a plus sign at all. I don't know why. YouTube is weird. Like I get it because YouTube was saying that CT was running an 18-hour stream all day long today, and he didn't run it. He ran like an 8-hour, 9-hour stream. They were saying he ran an 18-hour stream. People were like, "Oh," people were saying, "Is he going to run a 24-hour stream?" And I was like, "If he did, I'd pay for that." By the way, I would 100% pay for that. But it didn't happen. Have to be logged into the account or streaming. If that's the case, EAE, I'm gonna pull up his comment. By the way, he says, "Jay, you have to be logged into the account you're streaming from." If that's the case, I was logged into it earlier tonight. By the way, I was logged into it and I didn't see that. What he's seeing, I didn't see that. Right now, I'm logged into my personal account, and my personal account is what allows me to play ad-free videos. That's why you guys don't see any ads in the videos. You see no commercials. You see nothing. I use my personal account for all videos, actually. But earlier tonight, I used the Jay's Hot Topics account, and that had ads, and that did not have that symbol on it. So unless maybe I had to pay for premium for that to happen, I don't know why that's the case. I really don't. And
premium's got nothing to do with it. I've never given YouTube a dime.
That's what I'm saying. Do I have to be on my account and have premium in order to make polls? I would like to make polls. I would like to, genuinely.
No, you just have to have the same account instead of being on an alternate account.
Nina, are you saying that me being on an alternate account is the issue, or that me being on an alternate account and not being on premium is the issue? Please clarify. But go ahead, guys. Go ahead. Let's go back to the topic, though. We've been talking about technicalities about YouTube for too long. Let's talk about the topic. And as I not.
Yeah, I came up here, was hoping that I could just show you in a minute or two, because that was really all that I had to offer. I didn't mean for it to take too long.
Cyber?
Yeah.
There you are. Go ahead.
Yeah, having all those windows open kind of exhausted my upload speed. So I'm getting kind of laggy. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and try and share that with you as quickly as possible. And apparently, as quickly as possible was too long. But it wasn't my fault. But I've showed you what I needed to show you. The problem is got nothing to do with premium. It has to do with the account. Because YouTube sees the account you're using as a guest.
Mm-hmm.
It's not in proper accordance with the StreamYard login. So whatever account you use to log into StreamYard it should be what you use to view on YouTube, and you'll see that plus icon. But that's how you start a poll. Short story long. Thanks for your time.
Find the plus sign on the StreamYard icon. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
You rolling out, Cyber? You leaving, or are you staying? Okay, never mind. Got my answer. Guys, let's keep it going because it's 1 o'clock right now. I don't have to be to work until 10:30 a.m. So I got a few hours. I can hurt in the morning. Fuck it, I put vacation in. What do you guys think? Let me be more specific, okay? And I'm going to start with you, Atticus, actually. Given what you've seen from tonight's debate, GOP debate, I don't know if it's going to be the last debate. It may not be because we have plenty of time to go. Is there any candidate that can rival Donald Trump? And if there is a candidate, does it matter? Or is it Donald Trump versus Joe Biden or whoever else? Go ahead.
I honestly think out of everybody that was there, like Vivek would have been the one, but I think it was Mandrell that was saying, like, after he started doing like his little media tour and stuff like that, like people started looking into him, and there's a lot of shit that people saw that they didn't like. And I think that really hurt him. Like, he would have been better off kind of laying low, and at least until it got down to crunch time. And then by that time, most people are so obsessed with everything else that's going on around the election cycle. Because, are we still allowed to say it on YouTube? I know for a little while we were allowed to discuss what happened in 2020 or whatever and the accusations, but like, I don't know if that's
elections or J6. Elections or J6.
The election stuff.
I know COVID we're allowed to. I don't know. Mandrel, do you know if elections were allowed to speak on that, or is that part of the no-no?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of political
I'm not sure.
YouTube channels out there talk about elections all the time. They don't get stricken. They don't get banned. None of that. Check out their secular talk. That's a good one. You got Jimmy Dore, and forget about it with the Young Turks. I mean,
yeah, right.
That's politics all day long.
The Young Turks.
I don't know if that's your real brand of politics. It's not mine.
No,
not at all.
No, but the Young Turks.
It's not mine. I'm just.
But yeah, you're right.
The Young Turks are leftist. Yeah, the Young Turks are leftist shills, so that doesn't count.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I feel like there's, especially as we get closer to elections, they're going to ramp up on the election fraud thing. It's going to be all everyone's talking about, because depending on how it goes, and if that's the case, like, it could happen again. Whoever you think is going to get the most votes, we might sit there. I mean, I sat up that night watching the polls till 4 a.m. and I was like, all right, we're good. I'm going to bed. And I woke up in a different world. I was like, what the frig happened? Like, in the matter of a couple hours, I got back up and like the polls had completely flipped in a lot of states. And I was like, something's weird. But I mean, and then they started this whole, well, the reason that everybody's being subpoenaed down in Georgia and shit right now, like, I think they went about it the wrong way by like letting certain people be the spokespersons for it when they were really talking out their ass the whole time, because they didn't have the evidence yet. And in some circumstances, there's still evidence coming out in certain counties and stuff like that. But I think that that's going to be the main focus, is they're going to ramp up the election fraud thing, and they're going to use it to turn us all against each other more. Because there's some people that are like, that could never happen. And there's people that are like, that could completely happen. Like, it just happened. I don't remember the name of the county, but this last election cycle that just went through, they caught somebody stuffing the ballot box. And like, I think that's going to be the hot button issue that like Vivek and everybody else is going to try and hide behind and talk about election integrity. And I can prove this and that. And it can work. I forget her name. Is it Carrie Lake? That like pulled out all kinds of
from
evidence.
Arizona, yes, from Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, someone like that was honestly what she ran on more than anything. She ran on like her conservative views and being friends with Trump, but the big thing was the election fraud. And she was like, and if it happens to me, I'm going to prove that they did it. So I think you're going to see a lot of candidates when it gets closer to time, they're going to start leaning into that.
Mandrell, your thoughts?
Okay. What was the question again? My thoughts on what?
Who can
on what he said, but go ahead.
Oh, I was just helping you out. I wasn't sure if you're drawing blank. He was asking who do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks. I mean, like I'll say, that's what I was drawing a blank. I'll say I answered that earlier, and I kind of blanked out, but.
No, well, okay. Well, when I said my thoughts, I meant on.
I was saying that no side, no party has one that's gonna no one who's more entertaining than Donald Trump. It's gonna take someone as entertaining as Donald Trump to win to beat him in an election if he's actually in it. So if he's in it, he's gonna end up being the primary, more than likely. You know, Robert Swamy, he's blown it. And look at the rest of the people on that. Look at the rest of the people on that panel. How interesting are they? People are tired of the same boring. Well, I'm going to come out
Nina,
here.
Is that
no
true?
New taxes.
Hold on, Nina. Is that true? I've seen accounts or YouTube channels that have less than 500 subscribers.
Yeah, I was just
and they're able to put up polls. That's what I'm saying. Is like, what am I doing wrong though? She's saying that they have to, and actually, there are other people in the chat that are agreeing with her. And I'm like, is that true? You have to have at least 500 subscribers to do a poll in your own channel? I don't know if I believe that. Not that they're lying, but I've seen other channels do that. Actually, you know what's crazy? And I'm dead serious about this too. When I send a super chat to a YouTuber I support, if I put a cuss word in it, YouTube will not let me send the super chat. But other people who support the same YouTuber can put cuss words in their super chats and they can send it. How does that happen?
I've had mine removed off of channels with a wrench, like just in chat. I've had my words removed depending on what I use.
But how is my point? You're on the same level. You're on the same level.
I got nothing.
YouTube picks and chooses, man. That's what it boils down to.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people who have some outrageous YouTube channels saying all kind of outlandish stuff. Nothing happens to them. Another person has a YouTube channel saying, "Hey man, that's a load of crap. Strike, warning. It's like, wait, what? What happened? Bullying.
Nina, when you get a chance, can you text me in the Discord or hit me up on my personal Discord? You'll know who I am. I have my profile pick up. Text me in my personal Discord, and you and I, I'll call you through there, and you and I will touch base and figure it out. Mandrell, can you please continue?
Yeah, but that's what YouTube does. It's like, I mean, they'll scream bullying for someone who just says, "Hey man, I disagree with that." And here's why. Civil conversation, bullying. And then they'll take the video down. Now you take this, we'll have to take this video down until you edit that part out. Well, what part you talking about? The part that we're talking about. Because they did that to me with one of my videos. Copyright strike. I'm like, for what? But there's a part on here that's protected under copyright protection. Like, what part, YouTube? The one part that you got in this video. The video's 3 hours long, YouTube. How much of this is, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they're not trying to help you. And they pick and choose who they do it to.
Yeah, and they'll play you too. Like when I first started posting the content that I post, I was getting I send in my petitions to get my body cam videos. I don't just go steal them off of somebody else's page, but that's what they were trying to imply when I first started out. I was getting copyrighted by major media companies, and then I dropped the petition down there. I'm like, that's signed by the sheriff's department. Like I applied for that. And then they kind of backed up off me after that. But I had legacy media shitting all over my page when I first started.
By the way, shout out to YouTube for being able to connect us all to different people from different parts of the world who have varying, if not the same perspectives. Because believe me, I would not believe that there were this many people in downtown New York that have this perspective that I do. And that share the same perspective I do. Nina, I hope that you found my Discord, by the way. I sent you or I showed you my name. But yes, my father was raised in the Bronx when he first was moved to the mainland, and he's a fucking asshole. And he was Bronx raised, which made me hate New Yorkers. And yet being on the YouTube streets makes me like New Yorkers again. So I don't know how to feel about that. So I'm very torn, by the way. Shout out to YouTube for making that possible. Because otherwise, I would just hate New Yorkers because of my father, and other reasons. But
no, it's not because your father. New Yorkers fucking suck.
My father was Bronx
They're
raised.
crazy. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
You make it getting better and better. He's from the Bronx, right? And New York. He's from the Bronx. That's a borough. Yeah.
My father was born in Juncos. My father was born. For those of you who don't know, my father was actually born in the island. He's born in Puerto Rico. I've been to his village more than once. Okay, and met my grandfather more than once in the village. But my father maintains the Bronx style of thinking, and it fucking makes me. I don't know what it is. Mandrell or Attic, maybe you could help me. He holds on to that mindset, and I'd be like, "Oh man!" Even though you're my father, I fucking oh man, something about that just makes me wanna.
It's the New York way.
Man,
we're known
he's my
everywhere
father, and I'm like, man, something about you is man, I don't fucking care. Maybe that's bad to think, but something about it is just not the same.
That's not. It's New Yorkers, man. They have a mentality. They like to fight all the time, and it's not until they get out and actually live somewhere else that's when you see New Yorkers
then
change.
you become aware of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I know New Yorkers when they live somewhere else, actually live somewhere else, like spend enough significant amount of time away from New York. That's when they're like, Jesus Christ, I was out of my mind. That's when it's like Atticus just said. That's when they notice that whole thing in themselves. They're like, what? Because when they first get there, it's a trip. They're like, why the hell is everyone else like this? You're all wrong. Every single one of you. All of you are insane. Fuck you. And then and then they just run out and want to fight.
It's like my buddy.
I've been I've gone up to New York though to work for a significant amount of time. Back in 2021, I went up to Jamaica, Queens to work. I mean, right off Rockaway Boulevard. Right, I went up there to work with people in New York for a significant amount of time. I got a stipend. I got my food comped and everything. It's great, by the way. If you're staying up in New York to work, by the way, they'll put you in a decent hotel, and if you want to get food, you can walk anywhere. You can get. It's such a plethora. That's what I love about New York. You can get all kinds of variety. Doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
The woman who was my front desk clerk, she was actually Jamaican. She was a light-skinned Jamaican. She would be like, "Oh my god!" She would be like, "Tell me." I'm not gonna dox my name, but she was like so cute about it though. And I'd be like, "Oh, tell me what you need," and I'd be like, "Oh, that's so cute." And like if you're there visiting in New York, it's great because they don't have liquor stores. They have like you can get beer at any convenience store, but you have to go to an actual a box store. In New England, we call them box stores. In New York, I think they call them they don't call them box stores. They call them what's the term they call them? Somebody from New York, tell me what they call them because they don't call them box stores. New England calls them box stores. For specifically liquor and wine. Please, somebody from New York, tell me what they call them. No, it's not liquor stores.
No.
Are you sure?
We call them upstate. Yeah, that's what we call them upstate is liquor stores.
They call them liquor stores? Okay. I thought they called them something different. Just that because they didn't have beer.
Down south and like everything is all in the stores. Like you can get wine in the grocery stores. Like you can't do that maybe you can now, but you couldn't do that when I grew up there.
In New England, they just call them box stores. Like you're like, oh, you can get your alcohol at a box store, and then do what you need to do. But in New York, they don't call them box stores. They call them something else. So, but they have something altogether different. You know what I mean? EAE, you're an asshole. He says New York has all the best superheroes. Spider-Man, Captain.
That's a fact.
Oh man, 2 of which are part of Marvel. 1 of which is part of IDW. Oh wait, IDW. Who owns IDW? Who owns that? Is that DC? Who owns IDW? Because I don't know who owns Ninja Turtles now. I don't think that's Marvel. I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think Ninja Turtles actually was bought out by
IDW. Yeah, but IDW owned Ninja Turtles, the comic book. That's what kept that story going. That's why. Yeah, but who owns Nickelodeon? That's the next
MTV
question.
Networks.
Yeah, I'm about to say that's Viacom.
Yeah, Viacom. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Viacom owns there's no other owner above Viacom. They're their own thing.
That's how Seth Rogen's dumbass got the rights to do the movie.
Yeah, Viacom owns a lot of things. Like people, I got in this conversation about this guy. Yo, what about black people doing things? Like, what about BET, Black Entertainment Television? I said, black people haven't owned MTV in like 30 years, dude. Well, it says black. I said, yeah, it says Black Entertainment Television. Yeah, but it's owned by the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Real quick, Atticus.
Viacom bought this.
Yes.
Real quick, Atticus. I just want to let you know Nightbot is still active. I don't really care that Nightbot is active in the chat. I just want to let you know that it is. As long as it doesn't hurt anything, I don't care. As long as it's not affecting anything negatively.
I just wrecked him. He's banned.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I don't care that Nightbot because I don't want Nightbot to affect my chat.
No, like I said, I didn't even know it was synced to my YouTube. I use it for Twitch.
Okay. Nightbot now banning Nightbot's not going to affect you, right?
No, not
if you
at
ban
all.
it. Okay,
No.
I just want to make sure. Okay. All right. Just making sure.
Yeah, you're good. But yeah, my buddy always says about like New Yorkers, like you can find the sweetest girl that you could ever meet. She could be soft spoken and whatever else till you piss her off, and the first words out of her mouth are "suck my dick." Like we're just rough around the edges. I haven't met anybody like you could tell when you meet a New Yorker. Like I'm down in Georgia, Southwest Georgia now. And like I'll bump into people from like Syracuse, New York, which is up near where I'm from. And like I can just tell just watching the way that they move. I'm like, yo, where are you from? We're rough, but we got big hearts too when we're not being rough.
Yeah, when you're not being assholes. But here's the thing. I'll say this, but I love that city, man.
Hell yeah.
I love New York City. I do. It is pure chaos incarnate. I love every minute of it. There's something around every corner and 12 dozen things in between each corner, dude. It's always something going on. There's no such thing as being bored in New York. No such thing, dude.
That's a fact.
Does not exist. My sister lives in Manhattan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I mean, I'm there a lot. So I mean, yeah, dude. It's
you never know what you're gonna see when you walk out the door for the day.
Exactly. It's crazy.
That means she lives in somewhere where it's expensive as hell, though, right?
All in New York is expensive.
My sister, yeah, all of New York is expensive. Yeah, exactly. She lives in Manhattan.
That's what I'm saying, though. She lives in downtown Manhattan, though. It's expensive as hell, even more so.
Just, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the guy who ran for mayor in New York, and his slogan was "The rent's too damn high." She ran on that campaign. That was the slogan for his campaign. The rent too damn high, and Dan was in the slogan.
By the way, well, and maybe I'm just dumb. And by the way, I'm sure that both of you guys are older than me, probably youngest on the panel. But I would say though, as a youngin, what makes New York City, particularly downtown Manhattan, so appealing to move to? I'm not being facetious. I'm not at all.
I mean,
when
he kind of just told you.
When you think about inflation,
it never. It's the city that never sleeps. There's always something to see, whether it's good or bad.
Always something to see. Always something to do. You can get into as much trouble as you want to up there, man. Just don't get caught. It's wild. That whole city is wild. And
I've been there
multiple
times, by the way.
I wonder who is the city planner. He or she should be fired and removed and disbarred from whatever it is they're doing. Like that city was not planned at all. They just threw a bunch of random shit. There's a grocery store right next to a tattoo parlor, right next to a school, right next to a Taco Bell. It's amazing.
I've been to the city multiple times, and I've been there in peak tourist season, which I believe is late June. Mandrell, are you a New Yorker? If you are, you can fact check me on that. If I'm not mistaken, peak tourist season is late June, which my girl and I have both been there on, and we've literally been there on Saturday night, on the most busy night of tourist season you could possibly think of in late June, and we went off the main strip. And bro, we were able to go to streets in downtown New York that were completely empty. I mean, completely empty, fully lit. You could walk there and they were fully lit streets, but completely empty with high-rise buildings, right? Downtown New York on the weekend, in the summertime, peak tourist season, fully lit, empty. And she and I just walked there and we're like, wow, there's no one else here. But we can look down the way and see a fully furnished or fully populated main strip, but no one else was there off the main strip. You see what I'm saying? And we're walking there, and it's downtown Manhattan, and people aren't there. So can you explain that? Like, buildings everywhere. You see what I'm saying? I'm trying to give it to you as clear as possible. This didn't actually happen though. We walked off the strip, and people were not walking on the street, and it was empty. It's just she and I.
Yeah, it does depend on the time of year. Different areas are going to have more traffic during different times, like especially in the holiday seasons. Like when you get into winter time, like Manhattan is busy as shit because everybody wants to get down there and see the store displays and the windows that everybody's got. And then it just kind of shifts depending on what's going on. It's not like I'm trying to think of a city that's always kicking, like Memphis or something like that, where when you hit certain parts of Memphis, like you can't barely get down the street depending on what's going on. Like you're elbow to elbow, or like New Orleans during Mardi Gras. Like you don't really see that in the city unless there's a special event going on, like New Year's Eve or like the Macy's Day Parade, something like that. Then all the streets are full. But most of the time, and also during tourist season, while you're there visiting, everybody else is out doing their thing somewhere else. They're all down in Florida or out west doing their vacations. But I think some of it is by design, like through the city planning too, that like they try to keep people in certain, just like any big city, like you don't want people in certain areas after a certain hour. And that's why they keep all the attractions centralized in those areas. Like you'll see a whole list or like a whole lane of restaurants, and across the street is all the clothing and all that, but it's all centralized so that you're staying right there. And then if you want to go somewhere else, you hop in the cab or now the Uber and go over to the other part of town. And then there's a shit ton of people there too. But there's just some streets that, like, I know it's changed over the years.
You're back.
But yeah, you're good. But I mean, all in all, it's not as busy as it used to be. Like Nina was saying too, like Manhattan isn't all it used to be. Like it's fallen a lot in the last, especially in the last couple of years. Like there's just certain places you don't go now because you're opening yourself up to shit.
Yeah. Like there's a part of Brooklyn that's been completely gentrified. Like it looks like 21-year-old white women just took that shit over and redecorated. It does, dude. It does.
Yeah, no lies detected
that
there.
part, you're like, this is fucking Brooklyn? But then you go to the other side, it's like, oh, okay, now this is the Brooklyn I remember. You know what I mean?
and some of that is the small hats, I guess, is a nice way to put it. Like they own a lot of that property.
Yeah.
But I mean, they did that the best, in my opinion, the best time, like when I was younger, like growing up when Giuliani was running the city, like that was the best that New York has been since I've been alive. Like he cleaned up a lot of shit. You could walk through Times Square and there wasn't hookers standing there like on this corner talking to like 13-year-old tourists and shit. And like the cops, like we could just the stop and kiss. Like a cop seen you standing around for too long, he would come up and talk to you and be like, "What are you doing? Why are you here? Why are you standing here? You ain't got somewhere to be. Like, don't stand here. It looks suspicious. Like you're scoping out all these people as they walk by and you're making them uncomfortable. It's time to leave." That's not a thing anymore at all.
Even the cops mind their own business these days.
Yeah.
I think cops just don't want to be bothered.
And it spread too. Like I personally think it started there in the city, and then it started moving into Jersey, and then it just kept going down. Now you're down into Philly, and like the Philly cops don't give a shit anymore because, I mean, what's your options? You arrest them, and the fucking DA doesn't even press charges, and they're out by dinner time, or you rough them up and you become fucking internet famous and they ruin your life for it. It's better to just, oh shit, that sucks, and look the other way. Like, it sucks, but that's the reality of it now. Yeah, exactly. Like they're the cops themselves are handcuffed. Like there's in liberal cities now, like the criminals have more rights than you do. You pull out your gun or some shit or assault somebody because they pulled a knife on you and somebody caught it on camera from around the corner. You never see the full video where like dude pulled a knife on you. It's always you taking the excessive force because you pulled a knife on me. and then you look like the piece of shit. And by the time the actual video comes out, it's already too late. Like they've already got you dead to rights. Like no judge, no jury. Like you're gonna get sentenced because the DA is like, oh, you caused a lot of problems for me. That's shitty. I mean, I left New York. I'm down, like I said, I'm down in Southwest Georgia now because it was getting to a point where it wasn't a place where I could raise my kids. It's still home. It always will be. Like I always go back home for Christmas and shit like that. But I don't think that's where I'll end my days.
Yeah. I love visiting the place though. I can say that.
Oh hell yeah, always. Like you said, it's always there's always something new to see too. Like last time I went back, I went and saw the new tower after 9/11 because like I went down and cleaned up after that with my local fire department, and like I never wanted to go back after that. And then like time goes on and shit, and like the sour taste comes out of your mouth, and then you're like, man, I miss the city. But like I went back to see Freedom Plaza and all that, and that was gorgeous. It was amazing to see. But like,
yeah, I see the big transformation down there. What it used, because you remember what it used to be after the incident, and now you see it today. You're like, wow, you know, brilliant job.
But like that's the New York that I always keep in my heart, and I'll tell my kids about how like all of us like ridiculous assholes all fucking came together without a second thought, without anything. It was just like I lived 8 hours away from the city at the time, 9 hours away. It was nothing. We all jumped in our fire trucks and we were like, we're on our way. And we were there the next day, and we were there for 3 weeks afterwards, like every day. Like I probably about 6 years ago was diagnosed with cancer. Vita, knock on wood. But like a lot of the other guys that were down there cleaning up aren't so lucky. Like they're gone now, or they're on their way out because of the shit that we inhaled while we were down there cleaning. And like now 24 years later or whatever, like you got kids online that are joking about it and shit like that because they never got to experience that. Like that was a part of history that only people from a certain age on are always going to remember what that was. And like the kids are like, why what's so big about September 11th? Why do they always show the same things on TV every year and shit? And it's like, because that for us was a big part of our history. Like, even though, of course, our fucking government took it and ran with it, like, oh, let's fight the war on terror. My dumbass was like, you're fucking right. I'm going in right now. I got back, and 3 months later, I was down in fucking Benning. Like, and I was like, I'm going over there, and I'm going to, I can't say those words, but like, we're going to get revenge. And I did 3 tours after that, and fucking, like, I got my revenge, but like, it was under false pretenses, I feel like nowadays, because after seeing what Biden did, like that shit really pissed me off.
Yeah. I didn't like that either. People kept asking me about it. What you think about how we got pulled out of Afghanistan? I hated it. It was some political bullshit. It was some political bullshit. Well, we lost Afghanistan. I was like, no, we did not. We did not lose in Afghanistan.
All right, guys.
Well, what we pull out like that? I'm like, that was just politics.
Okay.
When you look at operations, we kicked ass.
Yeah.
Right, Jay?
Oh yeah.
Are you guys? I was just saying. Are you guys ready to go to the next topic?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, before we do, let's finish out the rest of this video, and we can continue discussing.
Nicole Wallace, I'm going to turn to you first because you are. I feel like you are more reserved than usual on this issue. Watching this debate, I feel like
I'm going to pop out for a smoke, but I'm still watching.
Than I usually see you.
Do I have to answer?
You don't have to be truthful.
Okay, so I'm not going to say what I really think, but I'll answer your last question. They don't matter. They don't matter. I mean, this. I said to Ario and I sat down, the most exciting part of these for me is seeing who's there, because I have no idea who's running second to 10th. So like for me, it's exciting to see who's running second, third, fourth, fifth. I had no idea who was going to be there because it doesn't matter to the Republican primary voter, right? Take us out of it. Nikki Haley called the other guy scum. Okay. But the Republican primary voters have weighed in, and they're not into any of these people. They want Trump. And they want Trump by larger numbers than I think anyone has ever been ahead this many weeks before the first primary contest in either party. I don't know that in modern history, anyone has ever been 50, 60, 39 points ahead of the next person at the November mark ahead of the first primary, ever.
Then why aren't any of them going for the jugular when it comes to him? The guy was sitting in a courtroom humiliating himself on Monday. He faces 91 counts. They just lost 3 times. You're right. He's far, far ahead. So for any one of them, their only shot is to go for him, and none of them did.
Because they think they're probably not going to land that shot. And their future in Republican politics is with this polity, with this group of voters that only likes that guy. And if they're seen as being against that guy, then they're toast.
Then
right?
why did we waste 20 minutes having this substantive conversation about foreign policy where some of them actually made cogent arguments? And we're all forgetting the fact when it comes to foreign policy, at best, Donald Trump cozies up to Vladimir Putin, writes love letters to Kim Jong-un, and most recently said Hezbollah is really darn smart.
I mean, 2 comments. One, if you could bottle the contempt that Nikki Haley feels for Vivek Ramaswamy, I feel like you could power a small town with the hate. She hates that guy.
She hates him.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's you can feel it through the screen.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one thing I will say. And I think they all don't like him, but she really don't like him.
Yeah.
I know I'm going to get called a racist for this. I know I am going to get called a racist for this, but I don't find Joy Reid, especially with that look, at all attractive. At all. Whatsoever.
Racist?
0. I'm probably going to get called some kind of racist for that, for saying that. But from someone.
Racist.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I mean, I just don't find her attractive whatsoever with that look. Period. Point blank. But yeah. Honestly, I think that's an ugly look for her. I do think that's an ugly look. Like not every race. I think that's her real hair, but I believe she stylized it like that. It's too short to be a wig. I think she stylized it that way. She doesn't have very long hair. I've seen the Reid report more than once. I think that's her hair, but she stylized it to be like this straight blonde, bleach blonde hair look. And it's just
blonde,
ugly on her.
I'm not a fan of blonde hair anyway, period. Yeah, but blonde hair definitely doesn't look good on everybody.
Unless it goes with a certain, specific phenotype, right?
Yeah.
If it goes with
even then, I'm not a fan of blonde hair. Even with it's just a personal preference thing,
But I'm saying about how it looks, like for it to look natural, though. I'm not saying look good. Like, it doesn't even look natural on her. Like, for some phenotypes, the blonde hair looks right. It's like you look at them and like, oh, that works for you, right?
That fits her, yeah.
Yeah, but when you look at Joy Reid and her phenotype, it's like the blonde hair is not for you at all. Please stop. It's like it's not you whatsoever. Like it just doesn't. It's just not. It's not. It looks tacked on. You know what I'm saying? It's just. I don't know, maybe I'm describing it improperly, but what do you think, Mandrell? Can you hear me? Or am I mute? Or am I?
Yeah, I hear you. So what now?
I was saying, to me, her look is tacked on. Like, it's like, you have the way she looks, and then you tack on blonde hair on top of it. To me, I was just saying, though, it looks tacked on. It doesn't look good. And that's why I say, like, it looks best when you have the right phenotype for it to look good. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I didn't say race. I said phenotype. That's very different. You're intelligent and know the difference. What I'm saying is, that's my opinion. What do you think, Mandrell?
I agree. It just doesn't look good on her. I'll just say that. It's not the look. It's not a good look for her. It really isn't.
It's not. Not
my thing. Not my style. Not my flavor. I mean, she. It's just not a good hairstyle look for her. For me personally. But I'm not saying she's unattractive. I'm not saying that at all.
No, I'm not saying that.
Just looks like skinny Michael Clark Duncan.
Oof. Now, see, that's cold shit right there. Like, if you want to go to Atticus and say whole supremacist and shit like that, you go to his channel and say that.
I'll take all the hate, yeah.
But I'm also not disagreeing with him. But at the same time, I didn't say that. But you know, it's not a good look. Listen, man, I understand. That's the point that bothers me. I understand we're at the point in society where it's all about inclusion and you have freedom of speech and freedom of expression. But at what point do we bridge the gap between freedom of expression, speech, what have you, to the common sense of rationality, reason, and like what societal norms accept? Because at some point you can have freedom of expression, but you have to have the balance of this is what social mores are willing to accept. And social mores are unspoken. Or no, they are spoken. Correction. Social mores are spoken, but in these kind of contexts. Like if the three of us were in a bar, we would have this conversation. Right? But the three of us are in the virtual bar. Because I'm drinking right now. I don't know about y'all, but I'm chilling with y'all and I'm drinking. So I consider this as the virtual bar. So if we were in a real bar, if we were in a downtown tavern, which is near where I live, if we were in a real life tavern, we could have this conversation. See what I'm saying? So what do you guys think?
I always use comedy as the example. If you go back 10 years and look at like somebody like Dave Chappelle, everybody loved Dave. But now the PC has carried it so far past now to the woke side of things that like you can't just say what like you want to say. And if you do and somebody finds it funny, then they get lumped in with you. But if somebody doesn't find it funny, like you need to be canceled. Like you can't say that. Why are they
right? My sister and I went live tonight and did a show. Finally, did a show tonight, and it's I said this too. I said, listen to the members of the LGBTQ community. I got no hate for you. You know what I'm saying? Not in the way they think. I just don't like people.
Yeah, exactly.
But, you know what I'm saying? You're a person, so you suck. I don't care that you're gay or bi or non-binary, whatever you identify as. So it's irrelevant to me. But anyway, I tell them, I said this. I said, listen, you always talk about you want to be included, you want inclusion. So when a comedian comes up on stage, tells jokes. Tells jokes about white people. They tell jokes about black people. They tell jokes about animals. They tell jokes about everything. So when they tell a joke about you, whether you're gay, bi, trans, whatever, don't get upset. You've been included. You're not being singled out. They're joking about everyone.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So why are you the only one screaming and stomping your feet? You want to be included, then be included in these jokes. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing. They want to be selective about what they're included in. Some of them. I ain't saying all of them, because I think most of them just want to live out their life in peace and not be fucked with. Honestly,
yeah, that's the.
I think the vast majority of that community just wants to live out their life in peace and not be fucked with. You know, but you got that loud minority out there. He said that's so offensive. Oh, shut the fuck up. He got trauma, abuse. When I was growing up, people used to bully me. So get some therapy. Whatever you got to do, man.
Right.
Calm that shit down. I have nothing to do with that. You know.
Yeah.
I spent 2 years training, 4 years of nonstop combat. That's what I did when I got out of the army. I got fucking therapy. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
Got some fucking therapy, man. And I spent years in it. So stop sweating the small stuff.
Nothing wrong with that, bro. Nothing wrong with that.
No, that's my thing.
To be honest, you know, real quick, to be honest though, I wasn't even planning on having this be the stream tonight. To keep it 100. I really wasn't. The plan for tonight was to talk about the economy and how the economy was affected by the proxy wars that the United States is fighting. But by complete happenstance, I saw that the GOP third debate was tonight, so I decided to switch gears and switch topics 180, like complete 180. And I decided for this to be the topic. But bro, I have a whole topic researched in the chamber, ready. So I'm gonna say that for this weekend. So for those of y'all who are free this weekend, Saturday night, that's my topic. By the way, you're not gonna know until probably tomorrow. I'm gonna load the topic while I'm at work. I'm gonna go until 11 o'clock. So that's when I'm gonna load it. But I didn't expect for this to happen tonight. You know what I mean? So because I didn't expect it, that means probably most Americans probably didn't even know this was happening tonight. They probably didn't even know the GOP debate was even occurring on TV. Or they did and they found out like way late, like halfway through the debate.
Right.
So it just shows you Americans probably don't really care about who's going to become their potential next president. If we're being honest.
Yeah, I think at this point, like this late in the game, everybody's already decided who they want unless anything drastic happens.
Outside of the top two.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Probably that's the case.
But, and I mean, it seems like the liberal networks try to get more ratings out of it than anybody. Yeah. Like you'll see Fox News say one or two things about it, probably point out a couple things, but nothing like what we just watched with Rachel Maddow and everyone else sitting on a panel talking about it.
Well, that was me just wanting to get the panel's reaction from some ultra liberals who decided to give their take on.
But they'll ride because honestly, they'll ride that horse all week long.
Yeah, but I didn't want, bro. Listen, I do not want to ride that horse all week long. If anything, if the panel decides to roast that MSNBC panel for 4 hours straight, that's enough for me. That's more than enough. A whole week. I don't know how and that's why they're professionals, by the way. That's why they're professionals, because they can take what the MSNBC panel says and can stretch it out for 4 or 5 straight days of content for their network. That's talented. Go ahead, Mandrell. Go ahead.
No, I didn't have nothing to say.
Oh, your hands were okay. My fault.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Atticus, you got any more you want to say?
I do need to go to sleep.
You about to roll out?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I got to get the kids up here in a couple hours.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I got to be at work by 11 o'clock in the morning anyways, so I have to go to bed in the morning. I have to. I put vacation time in. Maybe I have some weird form of premonition, but I put vacation time in for Thursday morning in the event I was going to run a stream Wednesday night. It didn't happen Tuesday night, which means it happened obviously tonight. And I had no idea. I swear to God, I had no idea the Republican debate was Wednesday night. I did not know. I swear to you, I didn't. I found out by accident, and I switched topics. So this weekend, guys, I'm going to have the topic that I researched for. That's my next topic, by the way. That's my next show. Mandrell and Atticus showing up was complete happenstance. By the way, guys, I'm very happy you guys showed up. Thank you so much for showing up here. I really do appreciate it. Mandrell, Atticus, do you have any last words? Mandrell, I'm going to go to you first. What do you got?
Last words. People, stop using political parties like a football team. If you notice, politics have become entertainment now. MSNBC, Fox, CNN, all of them. It's just entertainment now. No one's taking it seriously, because entertainment is what brings in viewers, and viewers bring in ad revenue. That's all it is. And listen carefully to your candidates. Listen to their policies. If you agree with them, cool. But ask yourself an honest question. How likely is it that that candidate is going to be able to implement those policies that you agree with? How likely is that to happen? You have to look at that also. So that's my thing. Be careful about how you vote. Otherwise, you're going to get the last 2 presidents that we got. You know what I'm saying? You got Trump the first time, who just he took it. Let's be honest, he took that job as a joke. Number one, I happen to know it. Donald Trump did not actually want to be president.
Yeah, he had been saying it since the 80s.
Right. On election night, the night that he won, there was no one on this planet more surprised that he won that election than Donald Trump. He was the most surprised person on the planet that he actually won. Okay? That's why he's up at 3 a.m. Twittering. You know what I'm saying? Shit. He didn't care. He didn't want that job. And let's be honest, the guy's a billionaire. What billionaire would want to be president?
That's what I think he told Oprah. He said, I wouldn't take the pay cut.
Right. Like, you know how much power that guy you would lose being president? Why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got Sleepy Joe. He did it because it was his turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. It was Hillary's turn, but hey, Hillary fucked up. She did. She didn't listen to her husband, Bill Clinton. Whether you love him or hate him, he is a master politician. An absolute master Yoda of being a politician. Whether you love him or hate him, you got to give credit where credit is due. And when he was telling her where to go campaign and how to campaign, she and her team didn't listen to him. Okay. And they got what they got. You see what I'm saying? It's just...
Gotcha, bro. No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I do. I get it. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that before we end the show? Anything whatsoever. Anything. No, hold on, man. I want to ask Mandrell. Anything you want to add to that before we move on?
Add to that? Yeah. When it came to the whole super predator thing and how the prison industrial complex became so powerful, out of all the people who admitted, even Republicans, admitted that was a big mistake, the 94 crime bill, the crime bill that they signed in the 90s, even Newt Gingrich, all of them said, yeah, that was a mistake. Yeah, it destroyed the black community. They all did it. Joe Biden, not one time, he defended it. The only politician who had the duty to apologize was Bill Clinton.
Mandrell.
Bill Clinton failed. I'm just saying. Go ahead. I'm done.
Mandrell, what I was going to ask you was, not for the sake of the live stream, but for the sake of those who come to this show for future reference, could you link that in the chat after the live stream, like the normal chat that says after the live stream, so they can link to that link of the crime bill, so they can see it themselves?
Okay.
If you can't, it's not a big deal. I'm not gonna make a fuss about it. But I'm like, so for those who come here and like they hear what you say and like, oh yeah, like let me see that bill. So the link is already there, so they can read it themselves. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And if not, I'm not gonna fuss it.
There's a PDF of it right here. I just googled it.
You see what I'm saying? Because
you're right,
bro. I'm not disagreeing with that, bro. Bro, listen. If you've been on my channel before, if people really want to know shit, I'll bring it to them. If that's what you're trying to say, I show everybody every source I bring up. But
yeah,
Atticus, your last thoughts, sir. What you got?
I'll keep it short and sweet. The big thing is like don't lose hope. Like, yeah, we're in a shitty place right now, but especially if you have kids, give them reasons, give them positivity, because they see how we react to everything. And the people around you will notice it. Sometimes it's just good to step away and take a break for a moment until you find that positivity again, because nobody can win a losing battle when you're already defeated from the start. And yeah, I think that's all I got. Don't be blackpilled like me.
I don't blame you, bro. The black pill's more common than you think. Okay, it's far more common than you think. Okay, far more. But Atticus, thank you so much for coming through, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me.
Thank you, Mandrell. And Atticus, thank you so much for coming through.
Mandrell, it's good to meet you.
See you again, bro.
Good to meet you too, Atticus.
Appreciate you. Please come through next stream. Please come through, bro. Please come through. And Mandrell, please, anytime you feel like I'm gonna have a stream this weekend, please come through if you can. If you can't, no biggie.
Yeah, if I can't make, if I can make, because next Wednesday I'll be going out of town, so I won't be here next Wednesday.
It's this week. This weekend coming up. So like this
weekend? Okay.
Friday night or Saturday night. Friday or Saturday night. If you're free either one of those nights, please come through. Your insight is not only welcomed, it's appreciated. So thank you so much, Atticus, for coming through. Or excuse me, Mandrell, for coming through. Thank you so much, bro. Guys, I didn't expect to go this long. We've been going almost 6 hours strong. I did not anticipate this. This was not supposed to happen. To keep it real with you, CT stream was going so long. I didn't think I was even going to have a stream, but because the GOP debate was going on, I told myself that no matter what, I had to do a stream. To be real with you, I had a stream that was actually related to the United States. It was a completely different stream. It was a stream based on the proxy wars between Ukraine and Israel and how it affected the U.S. taxpayer, which is still relevant, by the way, guys. I'm going to move that stream because it's fully researched. I did research. I have articles. I have videos. I already have talking points. I have a script wrote out for it. We're gonna do that stream on Saturday, probably Saturday or Sunday, one either. We're gonna do that stream this weekend. I have all weekend off. We're gonna do that this weekend. I don't want to say a specific day because I know the bulk of my audience. I know my demographic and I know how they are about set time frames, and I know that doesn't work very well. So you take that as you will. But we're gonna be flexible with it just in case. And it's also my girl's birthday was yesterday, so we already had it, and I'm gonna celebrate it again for her this weekend. I promised her to go to a Brazilian steakhouse, so we're gonna go there instead for Saturday. So we're gonna see how that turns out. And because I'm gonna have all that energy pent up after going to that steakhouse, probably because from going out, because whenever I go out somewhere and I come back to the stream, I have all this energy for some reason I can share with the rest of you guys. So probably social energy in real life helps me to give you guys social energy in the, digital life. So I'm gonna share that I'm gonna share that with you guys. Apologies if I sound kind of drunk. I've been drinking wine all day. I drank white wine. Now I'm drinking red wine. So yes, I am inebriated. I am. I didn't expect to get this way. So, shout out to everybody who is a CT faithful. Shout out to everybody who decided to come through to the stream at 8 o'clock. Shout out to everybody who did that. You helped my algorithm greatly. You guys are awesome. Not only that, but you guys also want to be here for the channel. And for that, I thank you humbly. If you are one of those people, make yourself known in the chat, and I'm going to give you mod privileges, comment privileges, all the privileges, because you guys are just awesome. Like, I love being able to create my own community here. I really do love it. I do. You guys are awesome. I just love it. It's great. And who was it? It's cool. Kaleidoscope, you earned yourself Kaleidoscope. Kaleidoscope, you're getting your wrench, by the way. You're gonna get a wrench. I don't have my channel pulled up on my phone, but I'm gonna give you a wrench, Kaleidoscope. You earned it. You earned it, by the way. More than once you earned it. Guys, please come through later on this weekend if you can. Please stay safe. And please stay informed, because regardless of whatever I put up, regardless of what my strawberry red or cherry red face gives you on this green screen, because I'm not going to use a green screen until I get my face situation figured out. Please stay informed. Vote for yourself. Do your own research. We're all Americans. Most of us are Americans. Most of us are. Regardless of where we lean or our political understandings, please do what's best for you. Okay? I mean that. Do what's best for you. No one else is going to do it. And if they do, they will do it for their own political gains. So please, do what's best for you. That being said, thank you everyone who came out tonight. Thank you everyone who showed love. You guys have been awesome. And I don't have an outro done yet. I will have an outro done soon. And the outro will go with these kind of shows. I promise you I will have an outro done. I promise you. I'm just being lazy. I will have it done. And I will show it for these type of shows. So with that being said, guys, thank you so much for coming through. Stay stressed, not blessed. And until next time, thank you for everything you do.